I will pass this on for what it's worth. Again, I'm just reading the comments that I have gotten from the jurors. I'm not editing. I will pass this on for what it's worth. Oh, 1085.
Oh, sorry, double audio.
Again, I'm just reading.
All right, got that fixed.
1097.
What's up? Good morning, guys. I'm getting set up a little bit. I'm going to get some coffee.
Juror 29.
Going to be the first cup of coffee here. So they're having some juror issues, by the way.
Volunteer for the jury and would rather be on the jury than a backup. She says it's better for the employer. Not exactly sure what that means, but you have the same information I have.
So for the jury part, I hear there's not going to be a video. For the jury, they're still going through jury stuff right now. That's what I heard was going to start today. They're finalizing the jury selection. So they're not going to have cameras on the jury. Okay, that's let me show you guys something. A couple of things. Damn, did I send this to myself? But I sent this to myself.
Online for, or she's in school. HR says if the juror works Thursday, then she's responsible for students all week. It's difficult for her to be in court 4 days.
This is what I was telling you guys how the day was going to start in the chat, is that today is they're doing the final jury selection in the morning, and then we're going to get opening statements in the afternoon, but subject to change due to length of final jury seating. So they're finalizing, they picked like 100 and something people I had heard, and then they're reducing those, and there's already a couple of people that are like, this trial is going to be too long. There's no way I can do 6 weeks. This is a 6-week trial, guys. So like buckle up. They're predicting at least 6 weeks. Who knows if it's going to be longer? Who knows if it's going to be shorter? We're in for a long ride. Okay, I'm still situating myself, but the other thing, I mean, we'll get to this in a second. I just launched early since they started talking. And as we go, we'll adjust daily. Like if we could start maybe 10 minutes early. I don't know how early they're going to start. I figure close to 11 a.m. Eastern, which is 9 their time. So we'll adjust accordingly. So this is what I wanted to show you guys too. Per the judge, one camera will be pointed at him, one to the witness chair, and one towards the defense and prosecutor's table. So there's not like TV cameras over there, okay? Like media cameras. It's going to be through WebEx or whatever. And this is the angles and views that we're going to have, okay? And so I'll see too how I can make adjustments so we can get the best view. We'll figure it out during the trial. We'll adjust as we go. There is trial today. Opening statements later. They're finalizing this jury selection part. All right, so give me a second. I'm going to make some coffee. I'm going to go wash my face up. I did, Jane. Thanks. I did. Getting situated, so I'll be right back, and I'll let you hear what they're talking about.
That she has, that it caused her some degree of anxiety when she came into the courtroom. And she says she cannot do this day after day. She says court is an unpleasant experience. She says she's not been sleeping or eating since she was here for jury selection on March 22. And she feels that if she's in trial, she will have a breakdown. I have to admit that when we got to the end of that day and she saw that she was coming back, I remember her being in tears on that day. So I am inclined to release her. Prosecution. Mr. Tellini?
I'll defer to the court.
Okay, I am going to release her. Juror number 63 spoke with her employer and She does get paid for jury service, but only for limited jury service. She does not get paid after 5 days. She says then it's unpaid, and she believes that she would be unable to go without pay for that length of time of trial. So I will release juror 63 as well.
Question on 63.
I'm sorry. It is a male. I'm sorry.
Just want to make sure.
You're right. No, you're right. You're right. No, I misspoke. I am releasing 63. Yeah, he contacted his employer. I think this was the guy that said, yeah, I think I get paid. And then he found out that he doesn't get paid for as long as what he thought. Juror 44. Oh, this was the guy that called about because he has a large truck, and I think we've got that figured out. So I will follow up with some of these others.
I didn't have the big.
Well, he identified himself by name, which is how, let's see, 2702, let me make sure. Oh, we have. This is, yeah, he's not in seat. Yeah, accept that. Oh, got it. Yeah, right. Wrong chart. Okay, he is in seat, whoops. He is, where'd he go? I have 2702 as juror. Oh, there he is. He's in seat 17 on the 11 o'clock chart. So, and I think we got that worked out. Okay, so for sure I'm in the right place here.
Just go through the classes again.
Working on it. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Up here. 277. Seven. Okay. So here's what I did. The person who is currently sitting in seat number 6, that is the person that knows Detective or Sergeant Soros. Where is it? Detective Soros. That person is excused. The person sitting in seat 9 is excused. I will follow up with person in seat 18 regarding court care. Person in seat 23 is the one that was asking the DA, or that had a comment about the DA questioning on beyond a reasonable doubt and feels that his credibility has been impacted and it's on his mind. I will do a follow-up question with him. Juror 28 is being excused as a result of work issues. Juror 29, you can follow up if you want to. That's the person that said they've got it worked out with their employer. I will also follow up with juror in seat 32 that has sciatica issues, and see if standing and all of that will help her. Or no, that's not that. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's not the sciatica. Sciatica is the next one. This is the one that has the work issues as the teacher. And that is, she is in seat 32 currently. The next one, 1605. Juror 53 is the one with the sciatica issues. I'll follow up with her. Juror 41 is being excused. And juror 63 is also being excused. So people that I have being excused, excuse me, are jurors 6, 9, 28, 41, 63, with follow-up to jurors 23, 32, and 53. Does that answer your question, Mr. Young?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Anything from the defense?
18, were you gonna, was that?
Good morning. Good morning. What is going on, man? Good
Yes.
morning. Let me turn on the volume.
Yes. The only
Engineer.
that is seat number 23, and I will follow up with him to see.
So let me just for the people that have just joined, good morning. Hit like if you haven't hit like, please already. Subscribe, turn on bell notifications. And if you're just joining, what's going on today is they're finishing or finalizing the jury selection. Okay, because they've picked. So I thought it was 118, but Dick said 120. They picked 120 people, and then like from that, they're gonna go down and pick. I don't even know the numbers. I forget off the top of my head. I don't know if it's 18, 16. I feel like the numbers changed a couple times, and I don't know how many alternates. Well, I'll get the exact numbers for you guys in a bit. And so it says the final jury selection is first this morning. So I know some people are probably not going to be interested in that. But opening statements is expected to begin this afternoon, subject to change due to length of final jury seating. They've already had some people with like issues saying they can't do it, whether like the trial's too long. And Another thing too, don't fret, because some people are like, oh man, like it's only audio. No! It's audio for this part. I'm hearing and being told that there's going to be video once they actually start. So there's going to be like a camera on the judge, one camera on the prosecution, one camera on the defense, and one camera like on the witness thing. There's not like media TV or like Law and Crime where you have all these hundreds of like angles and fucking like all this stuff going on. We're not having that. We're just having WebEx. All right. So I'll be adjusting as we go throughout this trial, whether it's video, audio, lower, louder. If I can figure out a way to like, if there's different screens and we want to zoom in on a certain, we'll figure it all out together. All right. So I appreciate you guys joining me. First cup of coffee in the new place. I saved it because I could have did it this morning earlier, but I saved it for the stream. First cup of coffee in the new place. And the first trial we're covering in the new place. So, and this is really a big case for a lot of like the local people. There's people that have been covering this case or following it since day one. I just got onto this like a couple days ago. I had always heard the name of Letecia Stauch, never got to cover it. So I started familiarizing myself. There's a lot I still don't know. So we'll learn it together. Oh, and I had to make a correction from yesterday. So, in the video, two corrections. So yesterday I had said that interview was the day after the murder, and apparently it was like 4 days after. I think it was like the 30th or something, or the 31st, I think. It was a couple of days after, not the day after. And then I was going based off the date of one of the articles. And then one other thing, so the hike that they were referencing in that interview, it was the day before Gannon was like murdered and he went missing. So the hike took place the day before. If you just watch that interview at face value, it almost seems like they're talking about the same day, the day that he went missing, you know? So, but it was actually the day before. So I just wanted to correct that. So that name Harley wasn't lying, at least about that. And I believe, I don't like, there's no witness list that I know of yet. It would be good to get a hold of the witness list. If there is one, send it my way. But I believe the state has her as a witness. I believe Harley, the sibling. So that's what's going on, man. Buckle up. 6 weeks. Okay, I believe it's gonna be like a 6-week trial. This is just day one. It's gonna be interesting because for the West Coast people, this is probably like, oh, thank God, like we could actually start at a normal time, because usually it's like my time, 9 a.m. and it's like super like 6 a.m. for you guys on the West Coast, 6 or 7 a.m. Now you guys get the benefit, and I'm kind of like, it still benefits me, but there's a lot of cons to starting. Like I'm literally starting almost in the middle of the day, which is kind of like, for me, you know? So we'll adjust. We'll figure it all out. All right, let's listen to what these guys are saying. Put up the volume. There is a witness list. Could you send it to me? Email me?
No, but it seems to be working, and that's all that counts.
This is live. We're live right now. The trial's live. Yo, this coffee is so good. I want another one. Yo, this is so freaking good. Oh my God. Yes. Harley is Letecia's daughter, no relations to Gannon, the deceased. Would that be considered like stepsister, I guess? No relation, yeah, but like stepsister, I guess, right? Is it? Yeah, it's stepsister. Because half would be that there'd be like some blood relation, so it's like step. It's audio for the jury selection part. Once they start opening statements, we'll have video. So we'll just have to remind all the new people that are coming in. I've been getting the same questions for the last week, yo. And so I understand though, because people don't know. They, especially when they just come in here and they're like, "What is going on? Where's the video?" You know. Yo, oh, this coffee's so gangster, man. Oh my god, I don't think I could show you without spilling it on my keyboard. So good. Oh my god, it's like hitting the spot, yo. Did you get my trial Excel sheet? Can you send on Discord, please? And I'm so glad I got the computer working. I was stressed out. I bought a brand new computer. And this is the most I've ever spent on a computer, like the parts and everything, like almost like top of the line. And I got the thing and I started having issues, man. I was stressed out for like 2-3 days. It threw me back because I really wanted to relax for a couple of days before this 6-week thing. And I really spent a couple of days trying to fix the computer. I didn't want to take it back to the store because I didn't have time to wait a week for them to figure out the issue. We got to get started today. But I found out it was the RAM. I think it's like the computers are like 4 pieces, so I had to buy 2 high-end pieces and replace them. We figured that out. Shit, that's a good question. This is French vanilla flavored coffee from, I think it's like the Starbucks thing. I bought a little mini Keurig, and just to keep it simple, but I should have bought the bigger one with the bigger reservoir, because like, damn, I didn't know this thing was gonna be that good, the coffee. I mean, I don't mind pouring it in every time 1 cup, but I just wanted to get something simple and quick. So I got the mini Keurig, and then I got the little cups and stuff. And we started out strong early this morning, man. Thank you guys for coming early. Well, I mean, it's early. Well, not really that early, I guess, right? My mindset is 9 a.m., but it's really 11.
Instead of the benches.
Why doesn't she have to be in the courtroom? Let me see if I can look that up. There was a whole thing about that they were gonna. There was like an order to force her because she didn't even want to be there. Figure out my little screens here. Okay, Amy sent me the witness list. Thank you. That's good. So I'm gonna start again. How do you? The last time I thought it was Stout, but somebody said it's Stauch. Is it Stout or Stauch? Like with a K. Somebody said with a K. Stauch. I'm gonna start a folder with all the important files for quick reference that we're gonna need. Let's see. Documents. And day 16 where you're at. Oh, thank you so much, Jay, for those gifts. Thank you so much. 5 gifted memberships. Jay Nay. Thank you. And Chrissy, thank you for becoming a level 2 member. Appreciate that. Thanks for the support. I pronounce it how I see it, yo, but you know, the people's who remember Alec Murdoch, you know, that whole thing. I pronounced it Stauch. That's incorrect. How dare you?
Oh, okay.
Stauch sounding. Stauch. Thank you, M. Stauch. So yeah, this is probably not gonna be that interesting, the first portion of today. Sometimes it's kind of funny. The first day that we listened in on jury selection, some of it was kind of interesting. But I can't imagine that it's going to be that interesting. I'm really looking forward to and curious about the opening statements. I don't know if we'll get both sides today, hopefully, but at least one. Okay, so I'm making this folder for the trial documents. Okay, let me download this file. Oh, so we got people's witness list and the defense list. So we could look at some of the stuff together now while we're waiting. Should be interesting. Let's see. Prosecution. State's witness list. Oh, she sent me the order too. Good. I want to get to that as well. Defense. Defenses, witnesses. Okay. Streaming. Funny, everybody wants to call me when I'm streaming. Like people I don't ever hear from when I start the trial. My daughter's grandmother, not my mother, but on the other side, like called me a little bit ago when I'm making a coffee. She's like, Mevin, how come you don't call? I was like, because I'm busy. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way to, why am I calling you? You call me. Oh, okay, no, I want to talk to you. So I don't know, I guess later. They're not going to be able to talk to me unless it's the weekend. If they want, you're going to have to wait till the weekend because literally we're going on, I mean, unless it's going to be late at night. But I just don't have time to like reach out to people like extended family. Like you're gonna have to reach out to me when I'm available, I guess, I don't know. Or I'll try to call back if I can. Like I'm doing this shit by myself and Maddie, all this shit, like you know what I'm saying? Like everything's on me. I don't have time to like make all these calls and video calls and all this shit. All right. So rename trial files. Amazing. Okay, so let's start out first with this order where they're forcing her. I've kind of looked at this, but we'll look at it together. I'm sure a lot of people maybe haven't seen it. Well, it depends. You know what? Let's do this. Let's start off with a poll because I'm curious. I'm curious. I don't know the way to phrase this. I want to know who's known about the story and who's new to the story. Let's just start a poll. New to the story. Should probably add another middle option, but okay, I put a little poll. Just kind of curious, who's new, who's been known about this story. Then there might be people that have known of it, but never really known the details. If you've known of it but don't know the details, I'd say just say you're new to the story. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, how you doing? I had my kachava last night before bed. Thank you for the super chat. Says thank you, Mel.
That's what I was. That's what I was doing.
Oh, you clicked the wrong one. Also, you canceled. Cancel. Damn, a lot of people have known about this story. Oh shit! So I better be on my P's and Q's.
Yeah, because we still got that one.
You're wrong. Actually,
It's wrong.
Didn't know we could hear them whispering. All right, let's do this.
Third grade seating chart, not as easy as everybody thinks.
with a hard case. Stauch. Okay. Okay, so the direct. Let's see. Oh, I gotta get. Let's see if I get the lights on too. I need to get another one thing I'm gonna do during the trial is my friend reminded me, Lindsay reminded me, I need to get. I used to have blackout curtains. I need to get some blackout curtains for this area. I can control the lighting a little bit better. If I want it to be darker or how much amount of light I want to let in. At some point during this trial, I'll figure that out.
This moment, counsel approach, please.
Okay, so this is the order. The people of the state of Colorado versus defendant Letecia Stauch. This matter is set to commence trial on March 20th. At times in the past, the defendant has chosen not to appear for court proceedings. Defendant must appear for each day of the trial. If defendant appears and chooses not to be present for trial, she will be held in a holding cell in the courthouse, and the court will have her brought to the courtroom at various times during the day.
Counsel approach again, please.
To see if she has changed her mind regarding attending the trial. So she didn't want to go. She's been defiant. I think that they even said she attacked some of these people. They should attack some cops or some people in the the jail guards.
You said 60.
I'm going to have to pull it up.
So 46, 60.
LDOT for sure. Yeah, we'll go through everything because I'm learning it's all new. But I'm shocked. A lot of people know
Did
about
you
the
go
story.
back?
Okay.
Okay. Court will call.
This will be
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
That was so much better than the last time you guys were here.
We'll get to it after.
We're gonna start out again, and I'm gonna have all of you stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law to answer truthfully the questions asked by the court or counsel concerning your service as a juror in this case?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. I wanted to follow up because some of you have contacted this division, and I want to follow up and make sure that I have the right jurors and the right issues, and then see if there are any others that I may have missed. And I know that it's going to be a little bit confusing to all of you because the last time that you were here, you were probably sitting in different seats. And so we're all doing our best, and we'll try and get through it. So juror number 6 over here. Yes, juror number 6. I just wanted to make sure. You had said that you were or you knew Detective Soroy, okay. And you were also close friends and know his kids well. Okay. Okay, all right. And then juror number 9, second from the end. You were the one that was working the 12-hour shifts Thursday through the weekend. Do I have that right?
Hey,
Right.
Rana. Morning.
Okay.
Morning. Let me take a look at Facebook. How Facebook is doing.
Juror 18 in the front. You had called to ask about court care. Did you get that all resolved? Okay, just wanted to follow up. And then juror. This is the right one. Just a minute here.
Oh, maybe that's better.
Juror 23, I think in the back. Did you, for on the end there, ma'am? Yes, that would be you. Juror 23, did you contact the court? Oh, whoops. Yep, you're right. Juror 23. I knew that. There we go. All right. Juror 23. You had contacted the court and said that you had some concerns. You said that after the questioning in the court that there was something that was on your mind, and you said that it might be impacting your health. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Uh-oh. Do we get to hear? We could hear them earlier.
Okay.
Oh, we don't get to hear? I want to hear what he said.
Do you think that that was as a result of being here and some of the stress that you were under here? Okay. Juror 28 on the end here in the front. You said that you had contacted your employer and are not, there's no way that you can do a 6 to 8 week trial because you won't receive a paycheck. You'd contacted your employer.
They get Facebook and Twitch chat set up.
All right. And juror 29, you had also contacted the court and said that you've got it worked out with your employer?
Yes.
Okay, we're good. Facebook. Okay. Good morning. Okay. Thank you guys for sharing on Facebook too. Appreciate that.
Won't be that way. The way an alternate works is that you're here the whole time.
Oh, they thought they could just take a break. I'm just pop
Okay.
in, pop out.
Yeah.
If y'all need
No,
me, call.
so yeah, I think we have your concern addressed. Juror
Targeting this.
Sorry about that.
32, you had contacted us and said that you're the teacher, right? Okay. And help me understand this, because the message that I got is that you only get paid for the whole week if you're working there Thursday. What is that?
I guess they don't have mics or something. I don't know. I really wanted to hear what they were going to say.
Okay. So we're good? We're okay. All right. Okay. Okay. That's okay. That's what I wanted to follow up with.
Let's see.
Okay.
Jessica, thank you for the 4-month
And
membership. Good morning, Mel Mods and everyone.
Juror 16.
Morning.
Yes. Did you have a doctor's note for me?
I do.
Okay. If you would hand that to Mr. Combs, please, and I'll get to that in just a moment.
I wonder if they have doctors out there that just help out jurors. They can't specifically say that, I'm sure, but like just in the business.
Thank you.
Oh, they're turning mics off, Courtney says.
Okay.
That makes sense, I guess.
And
I'm ready for this to start, man.
Juror 53, back row, you called and said that you had some sciatica issues.
Ooh.
Does it help if you can get up and stand? And you're also going to be, it's not a whole lot better, don't get me wrong, but the chairs are a little bit better than what you're sitting in. Okay. Okay. All right. And juror 41, you had contacted the court as well? Striped shirt. Yes, ma'am. Yes. You had contacted the court and said that being here in the courthouse was causing you some stress. How are you doing? Well, I remember when you got the card that had your report back. I remember that you were a little teary when you got that. So it was, and it sounds like it's not gotten better. Okay. And Juror 63. Let's see. Something's not right here. I think you guys reversed those. Something's not right here. Okay, now this makes a little bit more sense. And Juror 63, there we are. Yep, nope. Face matches the name. Works great. Okay. Juror 63, you had said that originally you thought that you were paid for jury service, and it turns out that you are, just not as long as what you thought. Okay. All right, just wanted to make sure. Okay. When you all were last here, you were all qualified to sit on this jury. However, I know that circumstances may have changed. I've spoken with some jurors. Is there anyone else whose circumstances changed that I've not spoken with? Whoops. All right, juror number 4.
Okay.
What's the circumstance that's changed?
Okay.
I'm currently having an issue with DFAS. Categorize me as AWOL.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so what is the issue?
So they categorize me as absent without leave, and so I'm not getting paid, and I have to go to the finance department that's only open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday to get it fixed, and I have to sit there and talk to them. I have to go talk with the JAG officers, explaining I never left, I'm still at my station of duty, and stuff like that.
Okay, we've had other military people. I think we may still have some military people on here. Why, what is different about your circumstance?
So DFAS controls pay.
Okay.
And I'm not getting paid because they put a blockade on it, and I have to go to them to get it fixed so I can start getting my, pretty much my payback, all my,
And
pretty much the military has put a hold on my account,
okay.
and I have to fix it first before I can do anything, because if I don't fix it, it'll start a cascade of problems.
Okay. And is a letter from me going to help that?
Maybe. I have honestly no idea, sir. We're currently right now, the issue is I had a deletion of orders to go overseas, and currently finances still have it in their system that I was supposed to go there. And right now the fight is saying I got them canceled.
Oh, so that doesn't have to do with this case, though. That occurred sometime before, right?
Yes, sir. But still, as of right now, I have not been paid by the military, and I got
Okay.
that thing.
Okay, I think I understand. Anyone else in this group? Juror number 15?
I've had a dental emergency over the weekend.
Oh,
That's what this is. It's going to require a root canal.
Hmm.
I haven't scheduled that. Or it's,
so the ladies love the judge's
Okay.
voice. You guys, what are you gonna do? A poll?
but I don't know.
Oh. So you
So
want
if
to
it happened over the weekend, it sounds like maybe you haven't spoken with a dentist yet?
No, I went in to see
let's
him
do a
on
poll
Friday.
first.
Okay.
And he gave me antibiotics just to stop the progression,
Okay.
schedule a root canal.
Okay. Okay, let me think about that one. Anyone else in this front row? On the end, juror 10?
It's fine, haven't met him.
Let's put a politically correct word. Distasteful. How will the judge look? People are asking, and somebody sent me Laura sent me a super chat. Let me catch up here a little bit. I was working on measuring the curtains. This lighting thing is bothering me. There's been I noticed little
Anyone
things,
else in this group
little
here?
nitpick things bother me. So I'm already
Anyone else in this group?
working on getting the curtains.
Juror 24?
Bubbles, thank you for the membership. Chrissy, thank you for the membership. Amazing. Moko, thank you for the member. Says, love you, Mel and Court Peeps. Thank you. Love you too. Good morning. Welcome. We're just getting started. Opening statements this afternoon, I guess.
I think we'll be done by May 25.
What? Oh,
Anyone else in this group?
wait. Trial
over
itself
here?
till May? What? I guess that's it's gonna be my birthday. My birthday is May 23rd. Wait.
Juror 39?
1,
Juror 39?
3, 4,
Yes.
5, 6. Why would it go to May 23rd? Why is it gonna go that long? I can't just. Okay, there we go.
But it's not scheduled? Okay. Anyone else in this group over here? Juror 40?
I guess I have to stick with the theme of this place. Ooh, I like this.
Yes. What kind of work is it?
I designed for it.
Anyone else in this group over here? Looks like Juror 49? Yes, sir.
Yes, I did not let you guys know at the beginning that my, I'm a single homeowner. Only pays me 3 days of, Me being a single homeowner, it'd be kind of hard for me to, I don't know how the court system pays.
Oh, I will
Anyone
show you
else
guys the
back here?
picture after. Let's get the book.
Juror
Is that,
54.
is that it? All right. I can't wait to do this. All right, bye. All right, this is the poll so far. How will the judge look?
We're here.
13% say hot, 30% say good
Juror
looking,
30.
45% say okay, and 12% say distasteful. All right, let me send this to myself.
As I said,
Be nice. You're a nice guy.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 weeks.
He does have a deep voice, right? Like a radio voice. Oh, how can I deepen my voice? Is there like something I could do? Is there a medical procedure? Is there something? Or just like practice? Oh. Can I get my voice deeper?
I've
The
already
ladies would
spoken
like
with
that, right? Hey,
you.
thank you.
You're
That just sounds weird. It doesn't sound natural when I talk like that.
45, I believe it is. Yes.
Tiny goes.
I was going to ask about that.
Okay.
I also talked to my,
All right.
my boss. Only two of us, right? Cover for me. I'm gonna be able to.
I just want to make sure I understand this right. Your pregnancy may be an issue for service here, but you're going to still serve as a kickboxing instructor?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I can teach without actually having to do it.
Okay.
Man, you kickbox and all kinds of shit, but you can't
Making
go
sure I'm
pro?
following the whole progress here. Okay.
Hell no.
And in the third row there, juror 61. Yes, ma'am.
My husband is scheduled several appointments.
So I want to find out something too. I heard that supposedly, is it true Thursdays are not doing trial days? Like Thursdays no trial?
Else in this back group. Back. Juror 74.
I saw somebody mention
Yes.
that earlier. Is that true?
Okay. And juror 75, you sort of went like this. Wasn't sure if you were actually raising your hand, not raising your hand. What's going on?
Okay. Let's see. Width, a little bit bigger. Height.
All right. The last time that we were here, we had also talked about the publicity this case has received. Those of you who are here
That's
all
true.
said that you could put the publicity and other people's opinions aside and decide this case based only on the evidence presented
Why
in the
no Thursday?
courtroom.
Is that a Mormon thing or something?
We also talked about the need to guard against exposure to publicity and anyone's opinions regarding this case from the time you were last here to now. Is there anyone who believes that they have been exposed to any opinions or stories since we were last together, and you don't think you could put those opinions and stories aside and decide this case based on the evidence you hear in the courtroom?
Ready for the
Please
real
raise
guys?
your hand.
Ready? Yes,
Response.
I watched this YouTuber, iCkEdMeL. All right, here we go. Here's the picture.
Do some checking here. Give me just a moment.
Not a bad looking guy, but I think this woman, I think they thought because of the voice, he was like this like model looking. Because sometimes we get attorneys that look, really good, or sometimes judges. This was like a regular guy. Oh, he's so hot. Oh, yeah. Oh, his voice. Gregory Werner, yes.
Is there anyone that I've not spoken to who believes that they could not serve on this jury for the period of time, or either because it involves the circumstance that it does? No response. The people who have returned to this courtroom were all selected to return in this case because you all agreed that you could decide this case in a fair and impartial manner. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve in a fair and impartial manner? Please raise your hand. No response? All right.
He does have like a radio voice though, right? Good radio voice. Slow the chat. Yeah, we can do that. I forgot. Remind me if you guys
please.
need to do that. Remind me, I forgot about that. We'll put a little bit of slow mode. By the way, members don't have to worry about slow mode. I think they could just chat away, but it gives a little bit of control to the chat. Easier for people to read and stuff. I'll just slow it down a little bit. Chrissy, good morning. Yo, I got my little Keurig machine. I used that frother thing. It was pretty good. I'm making good use of that. I love like thoughtful things like that, I'm confused with this current shit, yo. Hold on.
Okay. Excuse you, stay in your seat until we get to the end. And then all you can leave is 1 point inside. But you're number 4, 6, 9, 15, 16,
All right, here. I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, I was figuring out. Are they not talking? They're not talking. I don't hear anything. All right, so the poll. I was figuring out this curtain situation. All right, and it was just having fun. Cause I know I'll probably get a message later. Somebody's upset. Why are you doing that with the judge? How dare you? It's disrespectful. We're just killing some time. All right. Somebody's offended or upset. Just relax. Okay. Waiting for this things to get started. Nothing personal. We're just having fun. In the last trial, I had some people message me like upset about whatever.
I'm so sorry. I was trying to take a lower chair because my feet are hanging. Do you want
Not just yet.
Well, she just
What's going on?
just the chair, not the position.
What's going
you be in the same
on?
position? Yeah, that's fine.
It's
No,
okay.
no.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Your Honor.
It's all good. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you're doing. Yeah, no, that's
Yeah,
fine.
overnight.
Perfectly fine.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Okay, no, it's all good.
Ooh.
So.
Someone in the chat already said it was distasteful. I thought it was fun. I knew somebody was gonna get upset, but like I don't know. I mean, unless we're supposed to sit here and be like monotone and not have any kind of conversation, we're just gonna stare at the screen and just not have any kind of like engaging conversation. I mean, they could just go watch the plain broadcast, I guess, right? Chrissy, thank you for becoming a member. Let's see, I got that already. I got Moko. Danielle, thank you for the 3-month membership. Say, hey, Mel, so glad you're covering this trial. I love when you cover trials, justice for Gannon. Thank you so much. Jane, thank you for the super chat. Says, just call her late for lunch. I always hated when my dad called me that. When my dad called me that. Moko, thank you for the super chat. Kim Gates, thanks for the super chat. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, I got you ready. Thank you so much. Britt Baum, I got your DM on Discord the other day. Thank you. We figured out the computer stuff. So thank you so much. Allison, thank you for becoming a member. Stephanie, thanks for the membership. Britt Baum, thank you for the members chat. Says, hey, Mel, we need a mug for this trial. I just ordered the Murdaugh one. I never ordered. I got to order one too for the Murdaugh one. We'll see what happens throughout the trial. We'll see what we'll do. But you need to make it purple. Yeah, we'll see what we do. I don't know how this thing's going to turn out. Naomi, thank you so much for the membership. Sun and Tan Lines, thank you for the membership. Mama 4, thank you for the 4-month membership. Laura, we got the poll. So Laura asked me, hey, hey, can you do a poll on what the judge looks like? I don't think he's going to look like how I imagine him. LOL. Elsa, thank you for the membership. Laura, thanks for the membership. Says, all I can think is JB from WFLA. He does have that voice, right? He sounds like JB. K's Beautiful Struggle, 17-month membership. Amazing. Thank you. Good morning, Mel. You're the bestest. 17 months. Thank you so much. Benawaska, thank you for the membership. And Kiana, thanks for the membership. Chrissy, Gimel, mocking the victim would be distasteful, but we can't just sit here and be miserable for a month. I think people expect us to be like that. I mean, even throughout some of the trials, there's these funny, weird, crazy moments. Like even during the Alec Murdaugh trial, which is a murder trial, there was just like these crazy like moments, and then there was also these sad moments, and it was just like, you know, ups and downs and stuff, you know. Other channels aren't covering for 4 more hours. Oh, I guess that makes sense if they just want to skip this part. I don't blame them. Mel, thank you for being you. Love your humor. Thanks. Appreciate that. Astastic. Thank you for riding out with me. I know you were here too with the last trial. Edward Moskowitz, thank you for the membership. Says, just be you. I love when you make us laugh. Yeah, we gotta, you know, pass the time a bit, you know. So it's gonna be, this is just the very beginning, bro. Like we got a long way to go. It's gonna be a long ride. So let me just finish off this document. I was trying to, this is the whole thing where they're forcing her, order directing use of all force reasonably necessary to secure the attendance of defendant at trial. All right. Defendant appears and chooses not to be present for trial shall be held in a holding cell in the courthouse and the court.
Right.
Oh, great.
Is there anything,
Amazing.
is there any reason why anybody believes that they could not serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case if selected to serve? Please raise your hand. If you are in this room, you should anticipate that you will be on this jury. So if there is any reason that any of you have that causes you to think why you could not serve on this jury, please raise your hand. No response. All right, counsel approach, please.
Okay, let's see. Things. Oh, yeah. Judge Judy. So yeah, basically they're forced.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do at this point. Oh, sorry, Beck.
To be there present for the
Ladies
trial.
and gentlemen, what we're going to do at this point in time is we are going to select the jury in this case. The jury is actually selected by a process of deselection, and we've spoken about that before. What that means is that you will see the attorneys handing a sheet back and forth between themselves, and when we get done, I will read the numbers of the jurors who will, or the numbers of the people who will serve as jurors in this case.
I wonder how they're supposed to pick through that many people in a short amount of time.
3, 4, 6.
There will be cameras when the opening statements start. There's not cameras for the jury.
15, 16,
Selection.
17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 33, 5, 36.
Ooh, this is really nice.
38, 30.
Who made this? Did Lily made this? Made a timeline. Lily.
And this does take a while. I think what we'll do is, well, actually, for this part, we do need to have everybody in the jury room, or in the courtroom. So it will take a little bit of time. You can feel free to stand, stretch, talk quietly amongst yourselves if you want to do that.
Letecia Stauch. Okay. We'll take a look at that. What was that? Who were they? Oh, people there. All right, let's see. Dr. Edward Moskowitz says, just be you. I love when you make us laugh. Thank you. Thank you. VSPO85. Mel, are you following the Orrin and Orson case? I was following it back in the day, but I'm not following the trial because it's like audio. I think it's audio
somewhere
only. And like at the end of the day, it's not live.
Hold on. Juror 20. Yes, ma'am. Have they been given any more information about you? Was that the question? Not for me. No, anybody is, it's not uncommon that one side or the other or both will sometimes see what information they can find out about a potential juror, a potential judge even, and potential witnesses. But there's no other information that was given to anybody by us, by the courts. Maybe that's the best way to put it. Does that answer your question? Yes. Right. Right. Yeah, those questionnaires that you filled out.
Heaven on Earth said, I'm only an hour away from this trial.
Right. No, remember the comments that I made was that the court staff, the attorneys, and their staff will know who you are, but nobody else does. Because constitutionally, they're entitled to know that information. No one else is. Does that answer your question? Okay.
She's worried about the online mob coming to find her. That's why there's no cameras right now, guys. Okay. Okay. Heaven, just don't go on a Thursday because apparently they're not doing trial Thursdays. I wonder why. What is the significance of Thursdays? I mean, I guess I'm not complaining. I guess we'll get we'll get the weekend and an extra day off during the week. So I guess that's kind of nice. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe Thursdays I can do some sort of recaps or something, or different stories, or I don't know, or just take a break. That's different. I guess I can't complain, man. You know. I guess I can't complain. Oh, how dare you sing? It's distasteful. Why are you smiling? Let's see. Who do you think you are? Oh, this is cool. Okay. So they're forcing her to be there, if not in her little jail cell or whatever. They're to call her when they need her. Letecia. Court will have her brought into the courtroom at various times during the day to see if she's changed her mind regarding attending her trial. So if she tries to refuse, they'll just put her in a holding cell. I don't know what she's going to do. We'll find out when it actually starts. This will be the process each day. Defendant chooses not to be present for her trial. However, defendant must be transported to the courthouse every day on which trial is held. Force her to go. You're not gonna run. You're not gonna hide. You're not gonna be insane. It also says El Paso County Sheriff's Office to use all force reasonably necessary to secure the presence of the defendant at the El Paso County combined courts for each day of the trial. So, and no running. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think I figured out the stuff that I was doing behind the scenes. All right. Okay. Let me see what else we got here. So let's take a look at the witness list. In the meantime, while they right now, I think they're handing out. I think they handed out these questionnaires and stuff. Let me see. So the state's witness list. Okay. Potential witnesses. Brenda Ackward, Brooke, Celeste Alvarado, Adams, Amy, Roderick Drayen. And I guess they don't really give like a description of who these people are. Oh, this is law enforcement here. Sled. Colorado Springs Police Department. District Attorney's Office. Okay. El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Oh, we got a long list here. Wow. FBI. Oh, that's Andrew Cohen and David Donati from the probable cause affidavit. Oh, the long list of FBI. Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Myrtle Beach Police Department, Rhode Island State Police, Cranston, Rhode Island Police Department, Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office, Search and Rescue, Experts, Tom Griffin, Colorado State Mental Health Institute. That's going to be interesting. Oh, they got a lot of witnesses. Which
I'll double check, but they should be.
El Paso County Coroner's Office, Criminal Justice Center, okay. Medical Examiner. me see the defense list now. That it? Just one page. Notice of endorsement of witnesses, attorneys for defendant. List the following witnesses. Dr. Rhonda. That's it? Damn. So I guess they're sharing a lot of the same witnesses, I guess. Whatever the state's calling, maybe they're sharing a lot. And then so far on their list, they only have one person, this doctor. Damn. Okay. Live feeds. Trump takes off from Florida to travel to New York for booking. Ooh. They gonna arrest him? Well, I think they said there's not gonna be a mugshot or anything.
Lawyer says he expects to make a motion to dismiss charges
Starting
from Manhattan
his Mar-a-Lago estate.
indictment. Former President
Trump.
Donald Trump's lawyer said just
Let's get a little
yesterday
feces. We're
that
going
he
out with
expects
Trump.
to make a motion to dismiss any charges brought by a Manhattan grand jury in
While we wait.
District Attorney Alvin Bragg's probe. We will take the indictment. We will dissect it. The team will look at every potential issue that we will be able to challenge, and we will challenge. And of course, I very much anticipate a motion
What's going
to
on with
dismiss
Trump?
coming because there's no law that fits this. That was Trump's attorney speaking on Sunday. Just moments ago, we heard from
It's gonna
the
be
New York
big,
City,
man.
police as well
Whatever
as the
happens with that
mayor. They're
situation.
taking the precautions there for security seriously. Right now, the New York has already put in barricades at Trump Tower ahead of his courtroom surrender that will be happening tomorrow.
There's gonna be
here.
people
Of course,
protesting?
We'll always have full coverage for you.
Yeah, it looks
on
beautiful
this
out there, though.
history in the making day that will be happening tomorrow, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. The former president said that he would be leaving around noon Eastern. Right now, we are just in a holding pattern for that at this moment as we wait to see some movement outside of Mar-a-Lago. Let's go 3 box right now to kind of show you everything that we are showcasing right now there in Florida. We also have a shot right outside of his estate. This is as supporters lining up along the sidewalks there to see the former president there and his motorcade make his way from Mar-a-Lago to West Palm Beach Airport. And that is his, of course, his iconic Trump plane that we have seen in so many different rallies from really 2015 on, and now they have been coming back since he is now a candidate for 2024. This all looms here as the arraignment is just a day away, and we did learn earlier today as well that Donald Trump will then, after the arraignment, go from New York City back to his estate at Mar-a-Lago.
And he got a Trump plane too?
Is where he will then
I don't know he had a
make
Trump plane.
Speech at his home about 8:15 Eastern tomorrow evening. And we'll have, of course, highlights of that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. So it is going to be a busy, busy day here tomorrow, and really the lead up here as we will soon see the former president wheels up there from Florida to New York City.
Scotland. Thank you, Cornelius. Watch from Scotland, huh?
Now, we are learning some new information here as Trump is expected to arrive at the New York City courthouse tomorrow at around 11 a.m., hours ahead of his scheduled arraignment in front of the judge at 2:15 Eastern. The proceedings are expected to take anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes with extensive security around the building, expected to search everyone in the courtroom twice. According to legal experts, Trump is likely to be fingerprinted and will take a mugshot, but there's not expected to be a perp walk or public arrival for security reasons. Trump is also unlikely to be handcuffed as a result of an arrangement made between the former president's legal team and the district attorney's office. The details of the indictment of the former president are still under seal, but are expected to relate to alleged 2016 hush money payments made to adult film star Stormy Daniels and former Playboy model Karen McDougal, with the DA's office has been investigating for the past 5 years. After the proceedings, Trump has already announced that he plans to travel back to his Florida home to deliver remarks later in the evening tomorrow. However, exactly what Trump will be able to say in those remarks is still a mystery, with some legal experts arguing he is likely to be under a gag order. And right now, we are seeing movement finally right outside of Mar-a-Lago there. His caravan now leaving with Secret Service agents. They are now making his way to the airport at West Palm Beach there, and we do have Sky Fox images high above showing the caravan in full effect right now. We also have a ground shot that will soon be coming of the former president leaving his beloved Mar-a-Lago estate, heading to New York City, where he will spend the night at Trump Tower before tomorrow's historic arraignment there of a former president. There are reports there that the number of charges could be anywhere from 20 to 34. That indictment is still under seal, and we will not know until tomorrow's arraignment what is included in the indictment there. But now that ground shot is here. We do have the motorcade now leaving West Palm Beach for the airport right now. And take a look there at the shot there. We've got about 6 SUVs leaving right now, and you can see the Trump supporters there lined up wrapped around the street right there, waving the former president there off right there. Here's where he's headed, to his plane there to take him from Florida to New York City. And we have another shot here of some more supporters there wanting to say their final goodbyes before he is arraigned tomorrow in New York City. We don't know what he will be able to say tomorrow in his remarks, because there could be a gag order placed on him. So that still remains to be seen. We don't even know what the indictments are yet, or the charges right now, because they are still under seal. But of course, we will know all tomorrow about that, and we will have several legal experts on with us to really dissect the charges tomorrow, and what it means for Donald Trump going forward, and what it means for his legal team to kind of juggle these different investigations that are going against the former president, because this is not the only active investigation going on. You have the Georgia election one still going on, and then you have the federal ones going on from the Department of Justice and the special counsel investigation. So you got 4 active ones going against the former president, and his legal team is going to be very, very busy. And of course, they already said that they will be challenging the number of charges they're brought against.
Got the whole motorcade, bro. We're rolling out.
And now we are seeing our Sky Fox footage there, taking the former president now to the West Palm Beach airport, where soon he will be wheels up here in just moments, taking him
Is that Secret Service
back
them?
to New York City.
Does he get secrets? He gets former
Some
presidents
news,
get Secret
that
Service,
was
right?
coming in that I was just reporting earlier that Trump is expected to arrive at the New York City
I know he's
courthouse
running out of it.
tomorrow at 11 a.m. ahead of his scheduled arraignment in front of the judge at 2:15 Eastern. The proceedings are expected to take
Lifetime
15 to
Secret
30
Service.
minutes
Okay.
with extensive security around the building, expected to search
Damn, bro.
everyone in the
Woo,
courtroom.
we got choppers. They got the
Twice, according to
motorcade.
legal experts,
Wow.
Trump is likely to be fingerprinted and will take a mugshot, but there is not expected to be a perp walk or public arrival for security reasons there. And now we see the caravan that continues right now, the motorcade for Donald Trump, taking him here onto something that we have just never seen before of a former president heading to New York City for his arraignment tomorrow. Just last night, he put on his Truth Social saying, I will be leaving Mar-a-Lago on Monday at 12 noon, heading to Trump Tower in New York. On Tuesday morning, I will be going to, believe it or not, the courthouse. America was not supposed to be this way there. So that was the former president putting that out on his social media account yesterday, and we are expecting to hear more from him today on his Truth Social, as well as his prepared remarks that will be happening tomorrow back in Florida for this very quick 36-hour trip to New York City here. New York Police Department officers have also blocked roads around both Trump Tower and the Manhattan Criminal Courthouse, where the former president is expected to appear tomorrow. While police say there have been no threats, we even heard that
Trump better to see that walk.
them just moments ago.
Hey, look,
In the
everybody's
news
standing out there.
conference,
They
still
got
will have
cameras.
all of their police officers in uniform. just in
Wow.
case
Wow, look at
of
that. Look at
any
that.
active emergencies. We know that there will be protests happening right around
Well, there's protests too, huh?
the courthouse tomorrow.
Oh, that's gonna be a
Will be
mess.
something of
It's gonna
historic
be a
nature,
mess.
obviously, in New York City, as we are continuing to show you this Skyfox aerials of Donald Trump's motorcade heading to the West Palm Beach airport. Soon, where he will be wheels up here. Eric Trump, the son of former President Donald Trump, was seen giving the thumbs up to reporters from the back seat of an SUV on the way to the Palm Beach International Airport. Former President Trump is expected to depart his depart there from West Palm Beach here in just moments. New York City Mayor Eric Adams and New York Police Department Commissioner held a briefing today talking about the security preps and warning everyone to, quote, control yourselves. He says the New York mayor said that New York City is our home, not a playground for your misplaced anger. We are the safest large city in America because we respect the rule of law in New York City. And although we have no specific threats, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is known to spread misinformation and hate speech, says she's coming to town. While you in town be on your best behavior, as always, we will not allow violence or vandalism of any kind, and if one is caught participating in any act of violence, they will be arrested and held accountable no matter who you are. As you all know and are all aware, Donald Trump will be in New York tonight through tomorrow. His presence is expected to draw a lot of attention from media, spectators, and protesters alike. That was coming from the deputy mayor there, Philip Banks, talking about really this unprecedented moment where we are seeing Donald Trump in just a different view this time around. So many times we have been talking him as president there, and then before that he was, of course, a candidate and then went on to become president. But we showcased so many different types of rallies and speeches of Donald Trump, and this one is entirely different, as now we are taking Skyfox camera footage of his motorcade taking him to his arraignment that will be happening tomorrow there. And first, he will be up on his so-called Trump Force One plane that we have seen so many times in the past there when he was a candidate, and now that he is a candidate again, we've seen it on several different rallies when he goes to these airport hangars to do his different kinds of speeches and rallies. Expected tomorrow as well, 8:15 Eastern, the former president will be back at Mar-a-Lago where he is expected to make some remarks. And we will see what those remarks will be, because some legal experts talking about there may be a gag order placed on him about talking about the case there and the charges that are brought against him. So far from media reports, we are seeing anywhere from 20 to 34 possible charges that could be unsealed tomorrow ahead of tomorrow's arraignment. We do see some supporters pulled off to the side of the road there, and they are waving now to Donald Trump right now. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break here. Everyone stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox on this really history in the making caravan taking Donald Trump to New York City. And for those of you still here with us, we always appreciate as we are live, raw, and unfiltered here for you, bringing you the different types of shots that we are seeing. So many different camera angles right now of this caravan making the way there to the airport to take Donald Trump to New York City here. And we will have that wheels up moment pretty soon right here. You can see Donald Trump's plane right there that we have seen so many different times there. The stairs are ready for Donald Trump's legal team and his family to make their way up those steps. We do have more supporters there on the roadways there, some with flags, some with Make America Great Again flags, showcasing their support for Donald Trump ahead of tomorrow's historic day that will be taking place. Now, just yesterday, former President Donald Trump's lawyer said that he expects to make a motion to dismiss any charges brought by a Manhattan grand jury in District Attorney Alvin Bragg's investigation. We will take the indictment, we will dissect it. The team will look at every potential issue that we will be able to challenge, and we will challenge it. And of course, I very much anticipate a motion to dismiss coming because there's no law that fits this. That was according to Trump's attorney there just yesterday. Speaking ahead of the big arraignment there. Now, in New York City, the New York police are already erecting barricades around Trump Tower. New York police officers have also blocked roads around both Trump Tower and the Manhattan Criminal Courthouse, where the former president is expected to appear tomorrow. While police say that there have been no threats to the city, the preparations come following Trump's call to supporters last month urging them to protest and to, quote, take our nation back in the event there of his arrest. And now we are getting closer for this motorcade to the airport here, and we still see many supporters out there lining the street to offer their support there of Donald Trump coming on the historic day tomorrow that we will all witness. And of course, we will have full live coverage here for you. The former president is expected to be at the courthouse tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. That's several hours ahead of his arraignment at 2:15. This has been a security issue for some time, and they have been talking from the DA's office to New York City Police to Secret Service, have all been actively looking at this for the best security protocols ahead of this unprecedented arraignment that we will see. So this is where we are at right now. For those of you just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we really, really appreciate it, as you are seeing really history in the making right now of the former president making his way to the airport in Florida to go to New York City. He will spend the afternoon and evening at his Trump Tower high-rise, and then he will take a motorcade tomorrow, about 4 miles from Trump Tower to the courthouse there. And now we are at the airport right here, where Donald Trump will go with his team, his legal team, his family, presumably with him. And they will make their way up the steps there of the famed Trump plane, and then take off for New York City, a place where he knows all too well, going to Trump Tower, where they filmed The Apprentice there for so many years. And then it's the same Trump Tower where he held all his transition meetings when he won the election in 2016, and had so many dignitaries come to Trump Tower to do meetings ahead of his transition from a candidate to a presidential elect to president. And now we are seeing the ground shot there. There we see the former president, Donald Trump, making his way up the steps right now to his plane, where soon he will be wheels up there, and going and now waving to the cameras right there, and now going back to New York City in a much, much different light now, to now face off with the district attorney, Alvin Bragg, and the charges that will be brought against him tomorrow. And we will know just how many and what is included in that indictment that will be unsealed.
Stormy Daniels.
Tomorrow, ahead of that famed and iconic arraignment there. So we have several different shots available here to us. This one where he just left Mar-a-Lago, and now
loading up on the plane,
going up the steps there of his plane. What we want to do is replay for you, just in case you might have came in the middle of it or near the end of the New York City Police and New York City Mayor giving an update on security ahead of tomorrow's big day that we will all witness right here on Live Now from Fox.
As you all know and are aware, Donald Trump will be in New York City tonight through tomorrow. His presence is expected to draw a lot of attention for media, spectators, and protesters alike. New York City, as always, will be prepared. The NYPD and our entire public safety apparatus are always prepared. We are working closely with all of our partners to ensure everyone's safety tomorrow, and we are asking for the public's help as well in maintaining a safe, orderly environment that allows New Yorkers to continue their day-to-day lives with minimal interruption. And as always, neither dangerous nor criminal behavior will be tolerated. With that, I'd like to introduce the Mayor of the State of New York, Mayor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Phil. This morning, when the police commissioner and I spoke on our morning briefing with the other team, we were clear that tomorrow is a day that's going to draw a great deal of attention to our city. And we know there are many questions around the movement of the city, and we want to make sure that we send a very clear and loud message. As the deputy mayor stated, New York City is always ready. We know that this is a city where our NYPD and other law enforcement entities must be prepared.
Oh, he just cleared his throat. I have the audio on for the trial, guys. But right now they're just doing like this questionnaire thing I think all the jurors are filling out some questionnaire and they have to pick. So that there's really nothing. We're just waiting, basically, So we're checking out this.
Their regular activities. That means going to work, going to school. We're going to do our job as we always do. If you usually drive, we're stating take public transportation. It is easy to get around on public transportation because we expect some disruptions and additional traffic. There's a great deal of additional traffic that may come in the city, and there will be street closures near the courts and throughout the city. While there may be some rabble-rousers thinking about coming to our city tomorrow, our message is clear and simple. Control yourselves. New York City is our home, not a playground for your misplaced anger. We are the safest large city in America because we respect the rule of law in New York City. And although we have no specific threats, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is known to spread misinformation and hate speech, she stated she's coming to town. While you're in town, be on your best behavior. As always, we will not allow violence or vandalism of any kind. And if one is caught participating in any act of violence, they will be arrested and held accountable, no matter who you are. And I want to, again, thank the police department, the commissioner, for their response and for the necessary preparation as we deal with this major historical potential event that will take place in the city. At this time, I'd like to introduce the police commissioner of the city of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. As always, the NYPD is prepared to ensure that everyone is able to have their voices heard peacefully while exercising their First Amendment rights.
Our city's out of
control. We do this work in close collaboration with our federal, state, and local partners, because keeping our city safe is absolutely a collective effort. As the mayor stated, there are no credible or specific threats to New York City at this time. New Yorkers may see an increased police presence in parts of the city and should anticipate intermittent road closures over the next 2 days, particularly in Manhattan. To avoid delays, I too urge everyone to use mass transit when possible. As I said, our job is to facilitate and safeguard the rights of people to express themselves and those going about their daily activities. But I will remind everyone that violence and destruction are not part of legitimate, lawful expression.
Oh, now they say that, right?
And it will never be tolerated in our city.
They didn't say that shit years ago, though.
The people we serve know this, just as they know that the NYPD will be out there today, tomorrow, and every day to make sure that they are safe.
Oh, now it's
Thank you,
now
Mr. Mayor.
Anti-violence. Oh, okay.
Sure.
Gotcha.
Sure. Well, we'll take some questions.
Gotcha.
Commissioner, has Marjorie Taylor Greene or anyone else for that matter put short permit, and has anyone been granted?
So the permitting is actually done through City Hall, but I will say that anyone who protests is expected to express themselves peacefully and orderly.
Arrest or has there been an arrest in a powder incident involving the Attorney's office?
That incident is still under investigation at this time.
Commissioner or Mr. Mayor, have you noticed any movement at Port Authority or at the airport? Any influx of people that have been coming in that you've noticed and that are coming here for this event? Any estimate on that, or have you not seen it?
We value our relationship with our partners, and we're in constant communication with them. So if they do see an influx of people or something out of the ordinary, they will contact us. At this time, we don't see that happening, but we will have real-time information if that does occur.
Does anyone have specifics? I don't know if this is a question for you, Commissioner, or the Mayor, about where it's, I know you said intermittent road closures, but can we expect at a certain point how many blocks around the courthouse would be closed? Was the FDR driver, any of the high-movement movement? And will that information be shared with the public?
So there are going to be rolling road closures. I'm sure you can understand based on the sensitivity of it. It's going to be moving, but we will make sure we have enough officers to facilitate transport throughout the city. There is one area close to Trump Tower that will have a road that is closed just to facilitate his transport. But beyond that, there'll be rolling road closures intermittently through the city. We're trying to have minimal amount of intrusion into city life.
I wanted to ask, what additional measures is the NYPD taking, not only to protect DA Bragg, but also other members of his office?
We take any threats or concerns of our elected officials and anyone in the city very seriously. So we have provided some assistance in that regard, and we are investigating any threats that may be made to the DA or any of his staff.
Will the Times Square gun-free zone be moved in and around courthouses?
As you know, a number of laws were passed when we went into having sensitive zones and restricted zones. It's actually an e-felony to carry in some of those zones, even if you have a license. Some of those zones include courthouses, federal buildings, and First Amendment activities. So we're not going to move those. I think responsible gun ownership requires that you know what the laws are, where you are protesting, and we expect everyone to adhere to ours.
Well, going back to police presence, how many officers do you expect to be on the streets? And also, the Secret Service, I mean, how have they come in and basically told you what to do? Or, I mean, how much control are they having over security?
We work with the Secret Service all the time. These are our partners. I won't go into how many numbers of police officers will be on the street, but we will have enough to facilitate mobile units if we need to respond to anything. But this is a collaborative effort with our partners in the Secret Service.
Commissioner, NYPD personnel days off, suspended or canceled for the interim?
We have not needed to do that at this time. We have enough resources in place, but we can always call people in should the need occur.
Your name and health. Shayna Jacobs. Commissioner, how many officers do you expect to be deployed around the city just for this specific detail? And also, are you expecting or anticipating needing checkpoints for people on foot to get into the courthouse area and to protest outside of it?
Well, I won't get into specific numbers of how many we will deploy to that area. If we find the need to institute checkpoints, we will do so.
Yes, you mentioned, both you and the mayor, about people taking public transportation. Is there a plan to increase police presence on public transportation, or what type of plan is going in?
So as you know, as we've talked about since October, we've surged a number of officers into the transit system. So we expect to have a healthy complement of officers in the transit system tomorrow to facilitate travel.
Jeff Case with CBS News. Mayor Adams, this question is for you. Good to see you again. Always. So, you're a former police officer yourself. I'm sure in the past you were deployed to, not the same, but similar incidents. Now as mayor, what concerns you the most as far as security is concerned on the eve of this arraignment?
Well, again, as you indicated, serving in the department, I really have a lack of concern. I know how well the New York City Police Department is able to pivot and shift based on the circumstances that they are facing. And we are prepared. The police commissioner gave me a briefing. She understands that this is a unique situation, and the New York City Police Department is fully prepared with the coordination that Deputy Mayor Bank is doing with our other law enforcement entities. I have no concern at all around this.
Is it specifically about, sorry, one quick follow-up. Is it specifically about politicians? You mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene, or the former president stirring things up?
Well, you know, people stir stuff up all the time. But, you know, if you are prepared, you don't have to get prepared. And we are prepared. And the ability to shift the resources where they are needed, I think, is extremely unique to this police department. We can manage several different things at one time in this department, and that's what we're doing. The police commissioner laid out a full plan with her executive team, and she's going to execute that plan based on the needs.
Mayor, I'm over here. What do you make of the spectacle of this next 24 hours? The former president letting all of his supporters know when he's wheels up from Florida, when he's landing in LaGuardia, basically putting New York at center stage once again as something of an unprecedented spectacle from a legal standpoint. What do you make of all of that?
Well, I'm not in control of that. You know, I view this entire moment that we are in right now to one day be in the Museum of the City of New York. And I think this is another chapter in this experience, and that this administration is going to show how we manage not only national problems, but global problems, as well as local problems. And we'll be prepared for whatever needs to be done.
Counsel, while I'm doing this, I want you two to compare with each other. Compare with each other, and we'll do the same once I get it marked out.
Okay. Just listening in, I guess.
Of members of his family, and we are about to see the takeoff there of Donald Trump. Then we'll be heading to New York City here ahead of tomorrow's historic arraignment that will be happening. And tomorrow we will be learning just a lot more information than we know really today and over the weekend when it comes to the amount of charges against him, as well as what is in that indictment completely. We will be able to talk about a lot more. And of course, we got you covered as always right here on Live Now from Fox, able to bring you things here live, raw, and always unfiltered here. Bringing you the top stories and headlines from across the country. And obviously this one will be a top story, not only for today and tomorrow, but really for the week and going forward there, as Trump's legal team will be very busy dissecting everything that is coming from this indictment. And we will be learning just a lot more about it right here on Live Now from Fox, really in the coming really hours and days ahead. Of course, bringing it to you here, and now the wheels are going here, and we will see a takeoff here.
Is Trump taking off
in just moments. A wheels up moment for Donald Trump heading back to his home of New York City ahead of tomorrow's.
So it's a pretty. I guess it's a big deal. You know, a lot of people are. I guess there's going to be protests. And, you know, he's running for president, too. So my mother was even telling me, like, oh, my God, Trump. I was like, oh, shit. So we'll be, you know, just keeping an eye on here and there while we're covering the trial, just to see if it gets crazy, like with the protests and stuff like that, just to see what the turnout is. All right, let me get this. Got too much going on. I have to get back to
charges against the former president here. So we will be bringing you all of that info right here on Live Now from Fox as we get it in real time tomorrow. But just always stay right here with us for the very latest. And this is only the beginning in the Trump investigation saga, because so many others are going right now simultaneously. When you talk about Georgia on the elections investigation, you have the special counsel going right now as well. So several others going against the former president. And hey, he's a candidate
Council
as
approach,
well.
please.
So you know that he is going to be campaigning off these images and campaigning off the fact that the district attorney there in Manhattan, Alvin Bragg, decided to indict him. And right now we have learned that he has already raised more than $4 million. His campaign says that 25% of the donors that came within 24 hours of the indictment were brand new donors. So we'll see what kind of impact this has.
All right. So there it is. He's heading out, flying to New York. Let me see what's going on here. So we're still waiting. The opening statements will be, I guess, later today. Opening statements today. Let's listen to what they have to say here.
Colorado, where the stepmother murder trial is set to get underway in just a short time. Letecia Stauch, accused of murdering her 11-year-old stepson, Gannon, back in January of 2020. Now, she's pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. But will it help her avoid criminal liability? We'll have to wait and see. They've already got the jury picked on this one. We're going to go in as soon as opening statements are happening. And just to give you a little background on this case, in case you're unfamiliar, it's been one that's kind of lingering in the true crime community. We've been watching it, and then there have been a lot of pretrial motions. We have you covered this morning. Let's take a listen to all the background, how we got to this point of trial. Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan reports.
This person, the stepmom that I even trusted, that she will pay 100% for this heinous thing she done.
March 2nd, 2020, Colorado authorities announce an arrest in the disappearance of 11-year-old Gannon Stauch, his stepmother, Letecia.
Letecia Stauch was taken into custody in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina without incident by law enforcement officers from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
On January 27th, 2020, Letecia Stauch called 911 after she says Gannon went to visit a friend and didn't return home. Hours after the call was made, police searched the home and found no sign of him. State and local police, as well as family and friends, began searching the countryside for Gannon.
The El Paso County Sheriff's Office says they've gotten more than 300 tips related to this case. Today, they re-canvassed the Stauch's neighborhood to make sure any neighbors that might not have been around for that first round of interviews were spoken to today.
With his mother pleading for his return.
A kid just doesn't disappear and no one sees him. It's not how this works. Imagine my son, how afraid he is. Imagine how afraid Gannon is.
Days after Gannon disappeared, police returned to his home and searched again.
When executing a search warrant, investigators were able to essentially follow a trail of blood that began in Gannon's bedroom, led them all the way down to the garage.
They found blood stains on Gannon's mattress and blood spatter on a light socket near his bed. They also found evidence of blood in the garage and near where officers observed Letecia's car parked when they first searched the home. On January 29th, Letecia Stauch was 2 hours late to speak with police. She showed up with her car freshly washed, and she had a news story about what happened to Gannon. She claimed that a Hispanic man named Eduardo had come to the house, raped her, and kidnapped him. She later spoke to a reporter with KKTV before she rented a van and left the state.
I would never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know, but I've cooperated with them.
During the month of February, police continued their search for Gannon while Letecia Stauch stayed with her family in South Carolina. His remains had not yet been recovered when his stepmother was charged with his murder in early March.
Charge 1.
All right, what I'm going to do now is
a child
much like
under 12 years of age by a person in
stay in the courtroom and who is released. But everybody wait in your seats. I'm done because I have the attorneys confirm that this is in fact the jury.
Oh, did they pick already?
So juror number 1, you'll be staying. Juror number 2, juror number 3, 7. 13 or 14.
Floor to the window. All right. So I guess they picked already? Let's see. If they did, it wasn't too long then. Not as bad as I thought. Now the court stream is still here. They were I think they were filling out surveys and they're going through the process of picking the final jurors, I think.
Right. So those people whose numbers I have called, stay in your seats. Everyone else is released with the thanks to the court.
Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, please. Subscribe and don't forget to like the stream. I'm going to schedule tomorrow's stream too while we're here. Let's see. Might as well schedule tomorrow's stream. Now in advance. I guess we'll put it for 11 again. 11 a.m. Eastern. And then we'll have to start a couple minutes early. We can start a couple minutes early. Let me work on tomorrow's stream.
So let's do this. Juror number 7, if you move down here next to juror number 3, then juror number, actually, let's do it this way. 14, if you'll take that seat right there. 13, if you take a seat in between. Juror 13. Seat next to juror.
That's okay. Setting up tomorrow.
Seat. Follow her.
The plane's taking off.
65. Seat next.
Off goes the plane. They're tracking every bit of the flight and pattern and GPS and everything.
Let's just follow him.
Off to New York. Okay, so let's see.
Seats here. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about a 15-minute recess. What's going to happen is that Mr. Combs and Mr. Sproul are going to show you where it is that you meet, because now things change. What will happen is you'll come into the courthouse. Mr. Combs will meet you at a place. He'll talk to you about that, about how to get into the courthouse. He'll bring you in, and you'll come down the back hallway instead of the front hallway. And there's 2 rooms back here that we have for you, actually. So they'll go through that process. He'll explain how to get back there, what it is that you need to do to contact him. We also will have some juror buttons for you. We will have sort of a tablet that has some notebook paper and some pens and things like that. And if I can, before we go much further, if I can have everyone stand and raise their right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that you and each of you will well and truly try the matter at issue between the people of the state of Colorado and Letecia Stauch, the defendant, and render a true verdict according to the evidence?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. Now that you've been selected as jurors, there are some rules that you must follow. These are the same rules that jurors have always had to follow in every case. During the trial, this courtroom is a place partially isolated from the outside world. Your decision must be made inside this place, and you must follow its rules. You must decide this case based only on the evidence and the law presented in the courtroom. You must avoid any other information about the case from any other source. These rules are designed to make sure that this is a fair trial. There are 2 basic rules. First of all, you must not communicate with others or among yourselves about the trial as it is going on. You cannot discuss the case while it is pending. You can talk about all kinds of things back there, just not the case. And I know it's a natural reaction that, what did you think about that witness's testimony as soon as you get back there? You simply cannot do that. In addition, you must not do any independent investigation or research about this case. I want to go over these rules in some detail because they are very important. In addition, if I learn that any of these rules have been violated, it may be that we have to start trial all over again on a new date in front of a new panel, and we have to go through the whole process again. So these rules are very, very important. Please follow them. You must not discuss this case among yourselves in any way during the course of the trial. You may not discuss the case among yourselves until after you have heard all of the evidence and you begin to deliberate on a verdict. That's when all the evidence is done. I've given you the instructions and you've heard the closing arguments. In fairness, you must keep an open mind throughout the trial, and you should reach your decision only during your deliberations at the end of the trial. Do not permit anyone else to discuss this case with you or near you. If anyone, including one of your fellow jurors, attempts to do so, please report that fact to Mr. Sproul or Mr. Combs immediately. You are permitted, however, to explain to family, friends, and employers that you are on a jury, and you can inform them of how long the trial will last. You cannot say anything else about any aspect of your experience until you are released from jury service. Do not communicate with anyone else in any way, including in person, by telephone, cell phone, computer, the internet, or any internet service. This means you must not email, text, instant message, tweet, blog, or post information about this case or about your experience as a juror in this case on any website, listserv, chat room, blog, or website. That's really important. We had a case not too long ago where they were about, actually, I think they were in deliberations, and one of the jurors was starting to blog about their experience. And a mistrial had to be declared, and they had to reset the trial and start all over. Once this case is done, you can talk to anybody you want. You can tell them as much or as little as you like about the process, but while it's going, you can't. You must not read, review, or accept any communications in any form from anyone regarding this case or cases like this. This applies whether you are here, at home, or anyone else. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or on the internet, or listen to any radio or television broadcasts about the trial. The law even prohibits you from consulting a dictionary to clarify terms that may be used in this case. Why do we have such a long instruction on this? Because in my experience, I think jurors are trying to be conscientious. I think jurors sometimes go home and they say, gee, I didn't really understand that. They try and look something up so that they can have a better understanding about what's going on in the courtroom. You can't do that. Here's why. First of all, before any evidence can be presented in the courtroom, it must be allowed pursuant to the rules of evidence. This book, it's in this book, the Rules of Evidence, governs evidence that's admissible in any trial, whether it's civil, criminal, otherwise. And those rules are in place to make sure that the evidence that you're looking at is reliable and it's admissible. And you may be looking at something on the internet, on the news, or whatever, and I can fairly guarantee you that that does not meet the rules of evidence for admissible evidence in a courtroom. In addition, before you receive evidence in this case, as I said, remember, nothing that the attorneys say ever is evidence. Evidence comes from somebody who comes up here, swears to tell the truth. You won't see the attorneys do that. You won't see anybody on the news do that. You won't see anybody on the internet do that. So they come in, first of all, they swear to tell the truth. Secondly, they're subject to questioning and cross-examination by both sides. And that's, it's referred to sometimes as the crucible of cross-examination, to make sure that the information that you get is truthful or is accurate. And if you're looking up things or you're talking with somebody else, neither one of those are going to apply. So make sure that you don't do that. In addition, if you were to do that, I've told you that you can't discuss this case among yourselves. You can't discuss it with anyone else. If you had done that, no one would know that you had done it. And it's possible that you may be making a decision in this case based on information that neither side knows about. And that's just not fair. We don't decide things on secret information in a courtroom of law. Breaking any of these rules would violate your oath and could require a new trial before a new jury. Your misconduct would have wasted all the time that you, your fellow jurors, the court, the attorneys, and everybody have spent in putting this jury panel together and putting this trial together. So please, please, please do not do those things. Again, after trial is over and you have been discharged as jurors, you're free to discuss anything that you want to with anybody that you want to. You just can't do it while we are in trial. So what we're going to do is take about a 15-minute recess. When we come back, I'll have some further instructions for you and tell you what you can expect this afternoon. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Okay. Little 15-minute break at, let me see, at 1:45 my time Eastern or 1:50. I'm going to have to get up and leave for like 30 minutes. I'll leave the stream running.
All right.
And I'll be back. Yeah, it should be like within 30 minutes or something. And that's probably going to be like a daily thing. So I don't know how that's going to fall within the trial because over there it's still pretty early, right? It's 1 o'clock here now. 12, 11, 10. It's really early over there. Or is it 11?
Thank you. You may be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So the plan is when we come back, I'll go through the preliminaries of what the jury can expect this afternoon as far as opening statements, those sorts of things. And then opening statements at 1:30, an hour per side.
There you go.
I'm not going to require evidence. If you have some that you want to put on, if you're not ready to put on evidence until tomorrow, that's fine. I told you that you didn't have to do it today, but we're a little bit farther ahead than what I thought we would be. So
the first witness that we intend to call, we've already told them.
It's a long day for them. I think it may be, a lot for them to process and getting back and forth and all of that stuff. So that's fine. If we end up at, 3:30 or so, I'll let them go home. And then we will start up with evidence tomorrow. During the lunch break, you need to do whatever it is that you need to do to make sure whatever it is that you want to do, video, audio, all of that stuff is all ready to go. Are you planning on using photos, anything like that in your opening statement?
Yes.
Have you told them what it is? Okay. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure.
There will be 2 short audio.
You're playing it from your laptop?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not. That should be fine. I should be able to regulate it from up here. The issue will be, I don't think it's connected to the microphones. Hold on just a minute. We should be okay. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. And Mr. Tellini, you wanted to renew your motions? Or did you have anything else? Sure. Okay. All right. Then we'll take our break now. All right.
Okay. So they are moving along a little bit faster
You want to
than
the whole time
expected.
You want her at the table or in the?
No, she can
behind
find
you?
in the gallery, but
Okay.
she may be coming in and out.
That's fine.
Anything made.
You will need to let security know who that is because everybody else, I've said everybody aside from staff and people that are associated with the case, once they leave, they don't get back in until we take a break. So just let them know who it is. All right, court will be in recess then.
Okay.
Say 11:20.
You give him a second because I keep talking. Okay, so they are doing opening statements today. What time did they say? I think they said like 1:30 their time, I think. So 2:30, 3:30, 3:30 Eastern. It's in the afternoon. They're taking a little 15-minute break. So what I was thinking we can do for this 15-minute break is what I was thinking we could watch this press conference. I've never seen this one before. This was from Gannon Stauch's not Gannon Stauch's stepmother, but Gannon's family with the stepmother arrested. I'm giving it a second for them to kind of do what they're doing in case they come back and start talking. Give it a second. I think they're done. Yeah, about 2 hours from now. So they're moving along. They're moving along. This is like what I expected today.
It's really challenging.
They're still talking, or they got hot mics or something.
We're gonna work on that side.
This is what I expected today. Like they were gonna finish off with the process and pick the final jurors, and then they were gonna do they're gonna start with the opening statements. I could have came in the afternoon, but I figured just to start getting into the routine mentally and physically and making sure all the checks and balances and things that I need to do to make sure we're running good, you know? So, that's kind of what I've been doing is like, I think we can play it now. And yeah, and what I was saying in about like, I don't know, like 30, 40 minutes or so, probably I'm going to leave for like 30 minutes or so. The stream is still going to be running. I'm just not going to be physically here, but I will be back. And then thankfully I don't think I'll miss any of the opening statements, but that's going to be a daily thing. I'll have to get up for like 30 minutes and dip and be back. All right. So let's check this out. I haven't seen this yet. And there's a bunch of stuff that we can go throughout. We can talk about throughout the trial. I'm not necessarily in a rush to cover everything. And we have 6 weeks. So like, just like take it easy. You know what I'm saying? We got a long way to go. They still got their hot mics. So there's plenty of things we can talk about, like the timeline, different videos. I'm really curious what they're going to release throughout the trial. And kind of like it almost really hasn't even kind of started yet. Like we're waiting for the opening statement. So there's no rush. Take our time, ease ourselves in, get comfortable, kick back wherever you're at if you're working or whatever. Let me just catch up to real quick with these. Make sure I got all the super chats and stuff. Jackie, thank you for the 15-month membership. Stay true to you. You wouldn't want it any other way. Thank you. Kate Cat, thank you for the super chat. Says, Mel, you're cute just the way you are. No need to change your voice. All right, if you say so. You should do a giveaway, win a date with Mel. Take a poll. We'd love it. The humor. That would probably involve traveling. There's nobody like ever local. It's always people like in other states. I rarely ever meet like somebody, I don't know why that is, in the state. It would probably have to be like a travel.
So strapped you got.
Or maybe I'll fly you out. That would be interesting. Dixie Chicken, thank you so much for the membership. Appreciate that. And we're caught up. Amazing. All right, let's take a look at this video. I haven't seen this yet. Okay. This came out. Let me see when this was released. Denver 7, 3 years ago. Okay.
Thank you for coming today. We thank you for your patience as we work diligently to piece together what led to Gannon's disappearance. Our speakers today will be Sheriff Bill Elder, Lieutenant Mitch Mahalko, FBI Denver Division Special Agent in Charge, Dean Phillips, District Attorney Dan May, and Senior Deputy District Attorney Michael Allen. We will not be taking any questions at the conclusion of the press conference. However, I will be reading a statement from Gannon's father, Al. Landon may not speak. Please respect the family's request for privacy as they begin to absorb and process the devastating news they have received today. Sheriff Elder.
Thanks, Jackie. Welcome, everybody. Today marks 5 weeks since the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stauch. We're holding the press conference to update you on some significant developments. While we've yet to locate Gannon, this morning, just after 8:00 a.m. East Coast time, Letecia Stauch was taken into custody in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina without incident by law enforcement officers from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, the Denver and Columbia divisions of the FBI, the Myrtle Beach, South Carolina Police Department, the Horry County, South Carolina Police Department, and Sheriff's Office. Letecia will be held without bond in the J. Reuben Long Detention Center in Horry County, South Carolina, where she will remain until she's extradited back to Colorado Springs on the following charges. Charge 1, murder in the first degree of a child under 12 years of age by a person in a position of trust. Child abuse resulting in death. Tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence.
Oh, wow.
I cannot stress enough what a difficult time this has been for Gannon's family.
Okay, I have more. I have more.
Said
Did you spill coffee on that one?
Myself.
I guess they're just gonna leave the mic. I mean, I don't want to mute it because I want to. I mean, they're not coming back for a while, but like,
So it's easy enough to do.
I guess he doesn't realize there's a hot
No,
mic.
it's easy. It's easy enough to do.
This is the father here, and I believe this is Lambden, right? I guess maybe the biological mother.
And they won't be providing any interviews at this time, and I ask that you protect their privacy. This has been a rapidly developing and highly complex investigation, and it underscores the importance of teamwork in the law enforcement agents in our community. While our hope is always that tragic cases like this never happen, it is precisely why the extremely close relationships we enjoy with our local, state, and national law enforcement partners becomes the most important. The list of people from around the country that have worked many, many long hours and invested themselves so deeply and is long and impressive. I offer my sincere thanks to each and every one of you for all that you've done in the investigative efforts so far.
You don't sound a whole lot better.
The safety of the citizens of this community is a top priority to all of us standing before you today. We'd like to thank the thousands of members of this community for your compassion,
Still bothering you, huh?
thoughtfulness, your generosity, and your support.
No, I mean, it's just you can hear it in your nose.
This is just crazy. The hot mic. I'm trying to like watch the video and get into it, but like
right down the line.
There you go.
That's why I stay away over here. There's a lot of sick kids out there right now. And there is a vicious stomach bug. Yeah.
You see, I can actually turn it down for that app. I can mute it. Should I just mute it for now? I can turn it, but I'm kind of curious what the hot mic conversation is. We could listen to the hot mic and then get back to the video, but I can actually mute it individually to the WebEx.
All of our questionnaires.
Okay, yeah, just put them on Mr. Combs' desk.
Lord almighty. I think I might just mute it. We can get through this video. They're not coming.
Well, okay, thank you.
I don't want to miss when they come back. It's a 15-minute break.
Video.
About 18
Pardon?
minutes.
You mean the screens?
No,
maybe we'll get inside information.
Oh, no, I might start it when they come back. Well, yeah, because there's not a way to, we're not set up for it right now. So I'll start the video after lunch, yeah.
I just want to know when we're live streaming or not, so.
Yeah, somebody
That's
needs to
fair.
tell them.
I should know when to, yeah, I'm trafficking by now.
Yeah, we'll get back to this video. I don't want to miss when they come back.
Well, hey. You know, sometimes.
It's definitely too distracting to watch the presser and have the. So we'll do it another time. We'll definitely watch the video. But
Just trying to work it.
let's just hang out for now.
You want me to work out the podium here?
More than happy to
And my thing is like, because it sounds like he's in a break room or something. What is he walking around with the mic? It should just be at the desk, right?
So I want to come.
15-minute. They're taking like a little 15-minute break right now. Live video will start after lunch, he said. Thanks, Mo. So that's the thing, too. A lot of people were concerned about whether there's going to be live video or not. There's going to be live, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's not going to be, I don't think, special enhanced video stuff like Law and Crime, because this is the only source of video we're going to have everywhere they're going to have. So, but, you know, we'll take whatever we can get. So, let's see.
Open the hallway.
Let's see this timeline too. Okay. I was sent 2 timelines. This one is very, very detailed. Let me see. I think Amy's. Oh, I have one too with the. I gotta look at this other couple of documents. I gotta look at. Take a look at this. Marks. Babysitter interview. I've never seen that before. It's a short clip. Let's take a look at this. Oh, Lord. This was 3 years ago. Lord almighty. Well, let me use this. This was
It's all mind-blowing. Stephanie Kane just moved to Oklahoma mid-January, but last had contact with Letecia Stauch, Gannon's stepmother, shortly after his disappearance. For a year, she would babysit overnight for the Stauch family whenever they went away and became friends with who she calls Tisha.
I think she's innocent. She's not the type of person that will do something like this.
What is she like?
I mean, like, she never even spanked those kids. She wasn't the one to get on to them. She always let Albert do that.
Kane is trying to help clear her friend's name after this interview touched off serious backlash online.
She didn't sound like she was hiding anything, you know, like that's just the way she is.
People from across the country following the case, some criticizing her social media posts.
I would be losing my mind too. I think she's overwhelmed.
Kane says Letecia may not have her phone and she thinks she deactivated her Facebook last night.
You just think that there's no way that she would have done anything to him?
I'm not saying, like, I don't know, you know, like, I don't know, but I'm saying that I don't think, my personal opinion, I don't think so. Like, I don't know. I don't think she'd do something like that. I mean, like, 'cause she is a friend.
Kane can't tell us what she said to investigators, but says she's had several calls with them. As for the latest in the search with the sheriff's office here, we just got out of an interview with them a few minutes ago. They say they've had about 382 tips now. And here's a soundbite from what they said when they spoke with us.
Well, we did have some searches happen in some very specific areas based on the tips and the leads that have been called into the tip line. And so, again, that is going to continue. The tips and the leads keep increasing. And so sometimes those lead to other leads, and we follow those until they are all exhausted.
And they want to reiterate, don't send them your leads through private messages on Facebook or on social media. You should send them directly to the tip line. They are going to chase them all down, and they have not slowed down at all at this point, which the sheriff's office.
And so this is another one. I'm looking at this Google Docs that let's see, Fresher, Diggs, and Dad said and Mo and made, and there is this video in one of these articles. Father of Gannon Stauch speaks out after divorce proceedings finalized Friday morning. Take a look. Just trying to fit in small little things for now. This will be back in 7 minutes.
Welcome into our Facebook audience and here on the 11 Breaking News Center as well. We continue to follow the trial of Letecia Stauch, accused of murdering her stepson, that young man, Gannon Stauch, 11 years old, in January of 2020. We welcome in 11 News reporter Spencer Wilson here into the newsroom. And Spencer, some breaking news today. We heard from Gannon Stauch's father, Al Stauch, for about the first time in a year. You've been covering this trial every step of the way. What did we hear today from Gannon's father?
Yeah, John, it's been a while since we actually heard from Al. He said specifically he's a fairly private person and doesn't want to talk about this sort of stuff. And we've actively not been covering the divorce proceedings simply because it's a domestic dispute. We're mostly focusing on the criminal side. But he actually asked reporters today to come and said he would speak to us afterwards just to kind of catch up on how things are going and kind of mark this as a checkpoint, as a time when he is officially finished with Letecia Stauch. He did make it very clear that in September of last year, he put in the official dissolution of marriage. But this is kind of the separation of property today in court. And so he's feeling satisfied that this is kind of the final stage of it. Now they can focus on getting justice for Gannon.
Express a preconceived that, in my opinion, that is not a fair and impartial jury. I also cite the court to keep Botham, Colorado Supreme Court, 629, 589, Colorado Supreme Court, and a lot of similar issues that we have here where there is overwhelming media presence. Much like Botham, the vast majority of jurors here publicity had a that indicated that it had influenced. They cite in that a case from the United States, for Florida, that's that 95 SC 7. Quote is, in a community where most veneer men will admit to qualifying prejudice, liability of other protestations may be drawn into question. Or is it more probable that they are part of a community deeply hostile to the accused? More likely, they may unwittingly have been influenced. And so on that, I would rest on my motion.
Okay. Prosecution.
What we learned during jury selection is that while there was certainly a lot of media coverage for this case, jurors that were seated just earlier this morning, extensive examination by both parties and to decide if they had seen
Hopefully they get the mic issue or whatever fixed.
are able to information and trust and respect what we do in the justice system and know
we bump it up.
Heard of media coverage good in this case based on what happened. That we ended up seeing a sworn in. All understood those. Still two other motions out there.
Okay, hold on just a moment. All right. First of all, I've made a ruling regarding this before. I would reassert that ruling. But in addition, we've gone through, well, first of all, everybody wanted to have a questionnaire about what people knew about this case, and I thought that that was appropriate. It was something that we were going to have to deal with, whether we dealt with it in a questionnaire or whether we didn't. But the questionnaire was provided prior to the time that any of the jurors received instructions on the law and what it was that was required, the presumption of innocence, the beyond a reasonable doubt, the right to remain silent, those sorts of things, which is something that all the jurors were advised about during the voir dire sessions. In addition, the jury has been seated at this point in time, and one of the instructions that I gave them was they can't do their own research about any aspect of this case, and they can't rely on any media and those sorts of things. And I told them why. And that's because of the applicability of the rules of evidence, and that whatever they heard or whatever they listened to was not subject to the same things that evidence in a courtroom is, such as the witnesses are sworn to tell the truth or they take an oath to do so. They're also subject to cross-examination and examination by the attorneys, and any of the evidence that is going to be admissible must be admissible pursuant to the rules of evidence. So I tell them why they can't rely on it. I think that it goes against common sense to say that because someone has an opinion about something means that they have to be disqualified per se. In People versus Drake, 748 Pacific 2nd, 1237, Colorado, 1988, the court said that the test to be applied in determining whether a prospective juror should be dismissed for cause is whether the person would be able to set aside any preconceived notion and render an impartial verdict based on the evidence adduced at trial and instructions given by the court. And all of the jurors in this case have said that they can do that. They all seem to understand the court's instructions. In fact, when I was telling this jury panel why it is that they couldn't do research about anything and why they shouldn't listen to the media and those sorts of things, I got a number of nods of the head as to, indicating to me that seemed to make sense to them. So that the motion for change of venue is denied. In addition, it would be difficult for, essentially, I think it was Judge Schwartz that had the story about he moved a case to, I believe it was Durango, based on pretrial publicity. And then the Sunday before they were supposed to start jury selection, the local newspaper ran a story about everything that was in the case. Again, I think given the coverage that this has had, we need to keep in mind that we need to have some sort of venue to try it. I would note that this case is not really different than the Dylan Redwine case that was tried in, was it La Plata County? It was down in Pagosa Springs. The Holmes case that was tried in Aurora, and those sorts of cases. So the motion is denied. Are there any other motions we need to address?
Because I think, and I don't. For rate. Which.
All right.
What was the motion they was trying to do? They're already trying to
defense.
I guess we couldn't really hear.
All right. And just so that the record is clear, Ms. Stauch, you wish to waive a jury and have this case tried to me? Okay. Let the record reflect that the defendant responded yes. Again, I think that the case law is clear that in some cases where a jury cannot be, where a fair and impartial jury cannot be seated, that the court has a constitutional obligation to make sure that the defendant has a fair and impartial jury. And if one cannot be seated, then the case should be tried to the court. Having said that, the law is also clear that absent that circumstance, the prosecution has a right to have this case tried to a jury. And I believe that I have put mechanisms in place to make sure that we have a fair and impartial jury. And as a result of that, I do not believe that it is necessary that I and I alone decide these issues. As a result of that, the motion to waive a jury is denied. Is there another motion?
Oh, they wanted to move the jury. They're saying
Okay.
to move the jury.
We good? Let's
Change
bring
the
them in.
venue. Change the venue. Yeah, too late. Y'all trying to pull this bullshit out. Let's start with the trial. Cop out is whatever they can do. For the people that are asking, the video will come on after when they start opening I think after lunch break. They're working their way through the jury portion, so there's not going to be video. I know we have to like keep repeating the same thing, but
and just so that you guys
video will
know,
be coming later.
now use the front hallway.
Okay.
Use the front hallway when you're coming in.
It's coming. It's coming.
So it's just flipped from what we did before.
And she wants no jury. What?
And each side will have a reserved pew, I guess, behind them. Yeah, that bench behind you, that first bench, is reserved for the defense. That first bench reserved for the prosecution.
Well, they're already trying.
There's only
Lord.
That's the DA's problem. And you can let them know that if there are issues that I need to address, I will address them.
The boy's trying. I know, right? It's the same thing. Like for hours, the same question. Hey, there's no video? Hey, are we live? Yes, this is a live stream. It says live. Doesn't it say live somewhere on the screen? Isn't like the first thing it says, like when you click, it's live? How dare you? Let me click. I'm going to click my stream. Yeah, it says live on the bottom. When you first click the thumbnail, it says live. Oh my God. Oh. Yeah, I could put it back on the screen. You know that they're not going to read though.
You would have to ask admin, but not as far as I know. Because we're doing it as a live webinar, not as far as I know. I frankly don't think there's any space. All rise for the jury, please.
You know they ain't gonna read. Come on. Let's see.
It's okay. All right, thank you. You may all be seated.
All aboard.
Again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to apologize because I forgot to tell you one of the most important things that you need to remember before you left the courtroom. And that was look to your left and make sure that the person that is to your left comes through that door before you do. If you do that, you're going to be fine. Otherwise, you're climbing over each other to get to your seats, and I apologize for that. It's a rule that I always say, and for whatever reason, I forgot this time, and sometimes I do, and I apologize for that. So you've all been given juror buttons, and you have notebooks with notepads on them. And here's a couple of things that I want to talk to you about. While you are in the courthouse, please wear your juror buttons. You don't need to wear them outside of the courthouse, but please wear them inside the courthouse. It does a couple of things. First of all, it lets everybody know that you are a juror. So you may see other jurors that are wandering around with other juror buttons as well. What that does is it tells people that you are a juror. So it means that if potentially you run into witnesses, attorneys, somebody who may know something about the case, they will stop talking when you are around. Don't take that personally. They're trying to avoid even an appearance of impropriety. Again, don't take that personally. Secondly, it identifies you as a Division 15 juror. The courthouse can be intimidating. It can be overwhelming. And the architects who designed it designed all the hallways to look almost identical. It's an unusual place. People are sometimes anxious when they get here, even jurors as well. And so sometimes they get off on the wrong floor. And we have had jurors in the past become misplaced. Having that button on explains that you are a Division 15 juror. It will help a staff person help you get to where you need to be. So please wear them in the courthouse, but you do not need to wear them outside the courthouse. Mr. Combs has told you how to get in the courthouse in the morning. When you get out of the court, or when you come back after lunch, you'll come back through the Tejon Street exit, just like you did when you first came here, and how you got in this morning. You'll use that same process. Just come up to the 4th floor. Did you show them the video phones?
No, Jack talked about it.
Okay, so before you go, they'll show you where the video phones are, but they're right outside the elevator. You'll need to call us and we can let you in. So in addition, you've all been given juror pads. They have some information, parking information for you. That's typically the one that is the most important for the jurors. We will also have some parking passes for you towards the end of the day. Don't leave without getting one of those. Make sure that you get one. It will make your life easier. It also has contact information for the county in case it gets lost, but I don't anticipate that's going to happen. But in the event that you need the contact information, it's also there. Your packet also has a question form on it. In Colorado, we do not allow, or we used to not allow jurors to ask questions. There's been a number of reforms over the years, and one of the reforms is we do allow jurors to ask questions of witnesses now. It has to be in a very specific format. However, you do not get to stand up and do your very best Perry Mason imitation. Instead, what will happen is when the witness comes on, suppose the prosecution is calling the witness will take the witness stand, the prosecution will ask some questions, the defense will cross-examine, and then the prosecution will do something called redirect. After that, the lawyers are done. What I then do is I ask, do any of the jurors have any questions for this witness? If so, you raise your hand, you write your question down, you put it on the bar in front of you, I'll have somebody retrieve it, they come up here, and you get to listen to that wonderful noise, and the attorneys and I will talk about your question. I have to apply the same rules of evidence and law to your questions as I would to a question asked by an attorney. If the rules of law and evidence don't allow your question to be asked, I can't ask it. I can tell you that over the years, I've asked probably better than 95% of the questions that are submitted. If I don't ask a question, it's not a reflection on the juror, and you should think nothing of it. In addition, you shouldn't guess or speculate as to what the answer to that question may be. In addition, you've been given notebook paper. You can take notes. The notes are purely and entirely for you and you alone. Once this case is done, those notes are immediately destroyed. Nobody reads them. We don't grade them for penmanship, accuracy, anything else like that. So whether you want to take notes or not, it's entirely up to you. I am going to read a couple of instructions that may help you going forward. One of the instructions is you may have to decide what testimony to believe. You should carefully consider all of the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. Consider each witness's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while on the stand. Consider the witness's means of knowledge, ability to observe, and strength of memory. Consider also any relationship each witness may have to either side of the case, the manner in which each witness might be affected by the verdict, and the extent to which, if at all, Each witness is either supported or contradicted by other evidence in the case. You should consider all facts and circumstances shown by the evidence which affects the credibility of the witness's testimony. You may believe all of the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. In addition, evidence may be either direct or circumstantial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances from which the existence or non-existence of other facts may reasonably be inferred. All other evidence is direct evidence. The law makes no distinction between the effect of direct and circumstantial evidence. Suppose, for instance, that when my children were younger, they had baked some chocolate chip cookies, and I told them that they couldn't have any until I got home. So I get home, I find the lid off of the cookie jar, and I find half of the cookies gone. I could conclude from that evidence alone that it most likely was not my teenage son that got into them, because there are still some left. So I think of the next most logical culprits, and I call the twins downstairs. Sam comes down looking like she always does. She has a nice clean face and a nice clean shirt. I ask her if she had any of the cookies. She says no, at which point Kate comes barreling around the corner, running into Sam, and she has some crumbs on her mouth and some chocolate on her shirt. I did not see Kate actually take the lid off of the cookie jar, reach in, and take out a cookie. But I can conclude from what I do see, that's exactly what she did. The law makes no distinction between the effects of direct and circumstantial evidence. When you come back this afternoon, what you can expect is that we will have sort of a short afternoon. And this is on me, because for planning, I wasn't sure how long it was going to take to get through the jury process this morning, whether or not we would still be in it this afternoon. So I anticipated that potentially we might have gone into this afternoon. So I flexed that with the attorneys. I said they did not need to present any evidence this afternoon. Evidence will start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. But when we come back this afternoon, what will happen is the prosecution will start their opening statement, and I've limited each side to an hour. So the prosecution goes first, then the defense goes. Then we will take a break for the day. I'll send everybody home. I'll have some further instructions for you at that point in time. When you come back this afternoon, feel free to bring in some water, some pop, some coffee, anything like that you would like to. If you want to drink something in the jury box, that's okay. Generally, I can't allow food in the jury box. If somebody is diabetic or has an issue with respect to that, let me know, because there's a way that we can deal with that. So let us know if that's an issue. You can feel free to stand, stretch. Those seats, I know, are not the most comfortable. I get it. I sit in one that's similar to that a lot, so I understand that. In addition, don't think we have that juror, but in addition, for any of you who are vertically challenged, sometimes you'll find that the seats don't go down low enough. And if that's the case, we have something that you can rest your feet on, so you're not feeling like a 5-year-old in a barber chair. And we got one. We got you taken care of. So we will get one of those, and that should help. The other thing is that feel free to bring in a jacket or something like that if you want to. It always feels warm in a courtroom to me, but that's essentially because I'm wearing a blanket all day long. But if you get cold or something like that, just feel free to bring in a jacket. Again, as you know, most of the eating joints are north on Tejon. There are a few south on Tejon. And your day this after going forward, your court days will look like this. We need you to be in the place you need to be to meet Mr. Combs in the morning, and he'll get you here so you're here at 9 o'clock. We will start at 9 o'clock. We'll have about a 15-minute recess, or a little bit longer than that, somewhere between 10 and 10:30 every day. We'll take a break at noon. We'll come back at 1:15, 1:30, something like that. And we will go into the afternoon, and we will have about a 15 or 20-minute break somewhere between 3 and 3:30 in the afternoon. Then we will stop at 5 o'clock. When we stop, you will be free to return home. Again, you can go on about your business, do anything that you would normally do, except talk about this case or do anything with respect to this case. If you have questions or issues, contact Mr. Combs or Mr. Sproul. They will let me know. And I think that covers most everything that we need to cover. So if we can have everyone back in the jury rooms a little bit before 1:30 so that we can start on time, we should be able to do that. Sounds like it's a beautiful day outside. If you want to go for a walk, that's fine. And we'll see you back at 1:30. All rise for the jury, please. iCkEdMeL be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So we'll be back at 1:30. We'll start evidence tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And I think that's it. Anybody else? Anybody have anything else? Prosecution, defense? Okay. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Did they kick people out? Oh, they signed people out of the WebEx, I think. Oh, maybe they're setting up the cameras. That's me, probably. Can't join WebEx. Yeah. Testing. There we go. What's up? So I guess they closed out. I didn't even realize they closed out the WebEx. I wonder if they're gonna do that every day for lunch, or is it just gonna be because now they're setting up the cameras in the courtroom? So let me set up what I figured makes sense is let's set up a new stream because I'm just thinking about the rebroadcast. People are not gonna the new people that come back or later, they're not gonna want to sit through I don't know 3 hours. How long we been here? Almost 4 hours. 4 hours of video just to watch the opening statements. So we'll start a new one, fresh one, for opening statements. Let me do that real quick. I'll have to create a new stream every time. Okay, hold on. So we'll do that. Letecia. So let me fix this one. Day 1, this was jury selection. And what? I guess that, right? Jury selection. And then we'll do an opening statements one. Let me update the title. How you guys doing, man? How you holding up? You hanging in there? I think I didn't get this. As far as my YouTube plaque there in the background, I love my YouTube plaque. I love that. I always have that in the background. As far as the neon sign thing that a couple people have like, hey Mel, you should get the neon sign. I'm not really particularly interested in a neon sign. I feel like a lot of people do that. And it's just like, I don't know, just imagine like a neon sign above that. I feel like we have this nice classic, like, well, I don't know about classic, but like this modern look, you know. Oh, there's Maddie's shoes. And I'm working on improving, and I don't know what else I'm gonna put on the end tables. Maybe something on the wall eventually. Got the curtains coming in, and I'm gonna like get the lighting fixed so it's more even and stuff. And so I don't know, to have a neon thing back there, nah, I'm not interested. But maybe like I'll figure it out, like art or something else in the background. But yeah, no, I'm super proud of the plaque. I mean, if you ever seen the video that I did on that, I was really happy about that. I was trolling when I had it hanging off of the desk on Discord. I was trolling Mo because they were to talk about like OCD. So to annoy her OCD, I was just like, all right, I just pushed it towards the edge of the desk. All right, so let me set up the stream. Day 1. Okay, here it is. Okay. Jury selection. So we'll do this opening statements. Opening statements. Okay, and a lot of people have been asking, hey, where's the video? Where's the It's gonna be after this. There we go. Opening statements. Gonna have to get into a rhythm. I think what I'm gonna do now too, when we move over, I have this salmon that I bought yesterday, like in the store, right? But like I was looking at the price and I'm like, yo, this is like way too cheap to be legit. And it's like, it says wild caught. That's like $15. I'm like, nah. I bought it anyway because it was like these frozen pieces, and I'm like, that'd be easy to like throw into the air fryer, like season it, throw it in the air fryer. That could be like lunch and dinner or something, you know. But $15, it says wild caught. So I'm thinking there's no way. So I'm like, maybe they're talking about like it's farm raised, and they pretend, but they wildly try to catch them. So like that's wild caught. Like they're free roaming in a farm cage type of thing. And they're like fishing them out of the cage or some shit. And so they can put that title wild caught. Let me see. So today is day 1. Because there's no way. I'm going to show you the thing too in a second. I think it's kind of fun sometimes, like, I don't know, buying different things, kind of like learning different shit. I'm learning different things all the time, every day from the ladies. I got no idea what I'm doing with the house stuff. 225. Fix this. And it's funny, like so far I feel pretty good. As far as like being tired or anything like that. Because usually like an hour, 2 hours in regular streams, I'm already like, okay, I'm ready to go. Like I'm tired. But so far I'm holding up okay. Give it a couple days, give it a week, I'll be like, oh my God. Like I'll be probably exhausted. Day 1. Okay. Let me get the title. Thumbnail, opening statements. Opening statements, PNG, boom, Adobe. Take care of this. Doing things on the fly. I like that color. There we go. Okay. Thumbnail done. Opening statements. So I'm going to set that. And by the way, I have a playlist as well. I got to pass that playlist along to the mods. Let me put it in the mod chat, Discord. If you've missed it, I did 2 videos. I did the probable cause affidavit, which went through a lot of the details. Not everything, but a majority. It's like an hour and 20-minute video. I posted that yesterday. I also went over the interview with Letecia Stauch and Spencer. I should have checked if his name was on the list. So I have a playlist that's going to have all the trial. It's going to have the short videos that I do as well. So make sure you check that out. 3:15. April 3rd, 3:15. Okay. Boom. So we'll set the stream up to move everybody there when we end. Redirect. There we go. Boom. Fixed. Okay. Thank you so much, guys, for all the likes. Let me catch up real quick, too, on the... my hair is looking crazy. Catch up on the... Let's see if I missed anything here. Jay Nay, an hour ago. Thank you for the 12-month membership. Hey, are we live? Is this trial ever going to have video? Asking for... Diggs, thank you for the 10-month membership. Amazing. Love you, Mel. Thanks for covering the trial for us. Thank you for Thank you all for being here with us. Thank you guys for the help. Diggs, Mo, like everybody. That's it. BL, Amy, Lindsay, if she's out there somewhere. Let me see what else we got. Shannon, thank you for the 4-month membership. Thank you for streaming. I've been waiting to see this. And Heads Up 7, thank you for becoming a member. Amazing. So I'll hang out here for a little bit, but shit. It's already almost 3 o'clock. Like, what the hell? It's already almost 3. I was like, oh, I'll hang out here for a little bit and then I'll take a break. No, not really. All right. Let me let's see what we got. Oh, you know what? Let's watch this real quick. I guess we can watch this. I wanted to or should we do this? No, you know what? I'm gonna save it for the other stream. Screw it. We'll save it for the other stream. Yeah, that one's gonna be for the other stream. Let me get some water. This, I'm pretty sure this, I think this was, I mean, on the shelf it said 15, but let me look at the price. It might have, maybe it was in the wrong place. I was like, $15 for all this shrimp? Nah. I mean, salmon? Something not right. Alaska. Kita salmon. Good. What's the company's name? Good and Gather? What the hell is that? Good and Gather. That shit don't even pop up. Oh no, it's under news. Okay, here we go. $18. Target. Let's take a look at Target. That's where I got it from. $17.99. So let's take a look. Maybe we got to read the fine print and shit. What's up with this? Hold on. Alaska Kita salmon fillet, individually wrapped, wild caught. Oh, I should have got asparagus. That shit looks good. Okay. Sustainable seafood. Good and Gather offers great tasting seafood choices that benefit your family and the planet. The seafood is wild caught or farmed using sustainable practices. Bruh, isn't that deceptive? What kind of trickery is that? Choices that benefit your family and the planet. The seafood is wild caught or farmed using sustainable practices to help. But does farm mean that they're kept in a farm, or does farm mean like they're farming like World of Warcraft? Like they're just grinding and, or they just got like a big net. Farming means that they have like a thing, right? Like this little dirty ass hole in the ground, just filled it up with water, and just have like synthetic salmon swimming in their own filth back and forth. That's what I think about farm. Spread butter on the salmon. Season with salt, pepper, and minced onion. Bake as directed. Then finish with a squeeze of fresh lemon juice. So is there any nutritional value when the stuff is just farmed? It's a fish farm. Mo said farmed but caught by wild fishermen. No, Mel, it's just fish pond. Maybe I should look this up. What are the salmon? Can we get a video about salmon farming? Farm raised salmon versus wild raised salmon. Let's see real quick.
Medium rare steak, you get out your digital thermometer and you nail 125 degrees right in the center. And yet, when it comes to cooking fish, you skip the thermometer altogether. And that's really too bad, because precision is even more important when you're cooking fish. Even fatty fish, like salmon, can go from tender and moist to chalky and dry in a flash. In the test kitchen, we've always preferred to cook salmon to 125 degrees for that ideal balance of firm yet silky flesh. But the majority of salmon we cook is farmed. We noticed that when we cooked some wild species to that temp, we found them to be really dry. So we decided to take a closer look. To find out what was going on, we tested fillets of the 4 most common wild species of salmon, along with farm salmon. We cooked samples of each to both 120 degrees and 125 degrees. And then we asked tasters who didn't know what we were doing with the test to pick which sample had the best texture. Every single taster liked the wild cooked to 120 and the farm salmon at 125. Now, these results might sound surprising. After all, salmon is salmon, right? Well, not exactly. Farm salmon live a relatively sedentary life. You can think of them as the couch potato of the ocean, whereas wild salmon are active hunters, and they swim upstream to spawn. And those lifestyle differences make a real difference on the plate. It turns out that farm salmon differs in 2 important ways from the wild varieties. For one, the collagen protein in farm salmon contains fewer chemical crosslinks. Less crosslinks means weaker collagen and softer flesh. And second, farm salmon contains more fat than any wild variety, and up to 4 times as much fat as the leanest species. Wow. And we all know that fat makes food taste juicy. So, with naturally firmer flesh and less fat to provide lubrication, wild salmon can have the texture of overcooked fish even at 125 degrees. By cooking wild salmon to just 120, the muscle fibers contract less and they stay moist and tender. For perfect salmon every time, cooked farm salmon to 125 degrees and cooked wild to just 120.
Thanks for watching America's Test.
Said, check the ingredient list. Does it say salmon? It says Kita salmon. That's all it says. Ingredients. Contains fish. Kita salmon. What's Kita salmon? Like it's like raised in a biolab or something? Genetically altered. Kita salmon. Well, I guess it's not as bad as I thought, maybe. I thought they were like in this dirty pond. The fish that I used to eat back in the day and I don't even touch at all is tilapia. I do not touch tilapia at all. I don't even think there's much of any kind of nutritional value to it, especially the farm ones. Oh, crab sticks. Yeah, I know. Miss Dog Lover says, interesting fact, crab sticks don't contain any crab. Yeah, I love crab cakes. But I think most of the time, majority of the time, it's imitation crab. Like real crab is really expensive. Yeah, I'm going to throw a couple pieces of these in the air fryer and try it out. Just to thaw. I've had it sitting out for a while. I'm just going to try it out and see how it tastes. I'm not even really hungry right now. I figure I'll start thawing it out, and then later I just, whenever we're ready, just throw it in to cook. Yeah, I agree, Sunshine. Just throw it in there. Yeah, we're going to start a new stream, guys. We're just kind of hanging out right now. The opening the trial really, it's only been like jury selection, which is over now. They're on a lunch break. So when they come back is when I'm going to switch over to the next stream. We're going to start fresh and we're going to do opening statements. So that's why we're just kind of hanging out for a little bit. So I have everything set. Let's see what's popping up for Letecia. The jury has been seated. I guess let me show you guys the screen. This we'll watch when we get to the news stream at some point, like on a break. We'll take a look at this, and we have two things to watch. Like I said, I'm not in a rush because we have 6 weeks, and this stream is already pretty much over. So I'm not gonna play something at the end of a stream that nobody's gonna watch. You know. So the jury selection has been seated in the trial of the Colorado woman accused of killing her 11-year-old stepson in 2020. She's pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, which is kind of interesting. And the jury was sworn in. So, haven't really missed anything. It kind of almost hasn't started, really. It hasn't really started. It's just been the whole jury thing. So,
9 News crime and justice reporter Matt Japp.
I think the opening statements are going to be really interesting. I'm really curious to see what they're going to say. Oops, wrong screen here. I'm really curious to see what they're going to say. Wait, why is it doing that? Okay, there we go.
Pablo joins us live from outside that courthouse. And Matt, today the prosecution is laying out how they think she committed this crime, and it has some really upsetting additional details we hadn't heard before.
It sure does, Kim. Prosecutors say Gannon was shot to death by his stepmother. Today, they presented what seems to be a pretty compelling case. Again, a warning. Some of the testimony could be hard to hear.
Pin it up for the video.
The hearing began with a Florida sheriff's deputy who testified that Gannon Stauch's body was found wrapped in a blanket in a suitcase under a bridge near Pensacola. The cause of death was a gunshot to Gannon's jaw and a skull fracture. He had also been stabbed and had defensive wounds on his hands. A former investigator with the Colorado Springs Police Department then testified that a few days after Gannon disappeared, his stepmother, Letecia, rented a van and drove from Colorado to Pensacola with her 17-year-old daughter. At one point, the investigator said GPS showed the van.
Hold up. Hold up.
To the van a few days after the police department then testified that a few days after Gannon disappeared, his stepmother, Letecia, rented a van and drove from Colorado to Pensacola with her 17-year-old daughter.
Oh, so Harley was in that vehicle from Colorado to Florida, the older child in the house, that not related to Gannon, but the older step sibling, I guess. I didn't know she drove over there with them. So she drove with the body in the car? Maybe she didn't know.
At one point, the investigator said GPS showed the van stopped for a few minutes at the same bridge where Gannon's body would later be found. And later in the day today, an El Paso sheriff's deputy testified that 3 weeks after Gannon went missing, a plywood board with Gannon's blood on it was found in the same wooded area where Letecia had driven shortly after Gannon disappeared. The preliminary hearing was scheduled to last 2 full days, but it wrapped up just a few minutes ago. The judge in the case said he will decide in 2 weeks whether or not to bind the case over to trial. Kim?
All right, thank you. Matt Jablow reporting.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty odd, man. And is she... We saw that, but I'm not curious if she's on the witness list. Oh, yeah, she is Harley Hunt. She's on the list for the it's going to be so interesting to see her testify. I honestly don't recognize these other people. I feel like I've heard of this name, Brenda Accord. I don't know. Sounds familiar. Oh, it's the aunt. Okay. The family tree unfolds. Who is Aunt Brenda? Oh, that's what she rented the car. Like why did she rent the car for Letecia? Okay. So she's testifying too. I watched Leticia's interview. I did a video yesterday covering it. As far as I know, there's only one interview of Letecia where her back is turned, back of her head. And I'm wondering how the witness thing will start, but I'm thinking I wonder if they'll start with law enforcement first. It would be nice if they just started with these people, but I wonder if it's typical. Do they usually start with like law enforcement and go through all the evidence first before they get the other witnesses? Oh, so Dick said that some of the names on the list not to be witnesses, but to keep them from being harassed by the public. Okay. She had 3 interviews with Nancy Grace / Crime Online, but they were written, not video. Okay, so we can, during one of the days, whether it's today or sometime this week, I'll read the interviews to you guys. We'll read it together during the breaks. We can do that. Harley, yeah, she's on the list. It's right up here. Hold on. Harley. Here. Now, I don't know if she's actually going to testify, though, according to what, but she's on the list, though, anyway. Sam, thank you so much for gifting the membership. Congratulations, Dawn. Eduardo. All right. So I'm going to move us over to the new stream. I'm going to start it at 3:15. It actually starts at 3:30, the opening statements, but I'm going to start 15 minutes early. So I'm going to take a little break, throw some of this food to cook, just organize myself a little bit, and I'll be back. All right. So the new stream is already set up. Let's see. Okay. Opening statements. Okay, yes, I'm going to move us over there, all right? 3:15, I'll be on. I'll start the stream. All right, see you guys in a bit. And we'll have video, too, as well.